So good morning, everyone. I'm Marc Balcells. I'm a professor of criminology at the Open University of Catalonia in Barcelona. And I'm delighted to be here in A Coruña with so many esteemed colleagues. And I have to ask your indulgence before proceeding, because I would like to address a heartfelt thank you to the organizers of the event in Galician. So, estimados organizadores do evento, queridos compañeiros da Universidade da Coruña, Patricia, Branda, Cristina, Nacho, moitas gracias pola invitación, eso espero que sexa a primeira de moitas. And having butchered Galician, let's move on to butchering English now. I've been tasked with presenting about what do we know so far about trafficking of cultural property. And this is always a difficult question to tackle. And I do wholeheartedly believe that probably it will expire pretty soon, my answer, as by the end of the day, probably the snapshot of what do we know about this topic will have exponentially grown, which is logically, and that's why we're all here. So to do so, I have followed a very straightforward structure to my presentation. After a brief introduction, the core of the presentation highlights both the presence of the state of research in this field, the what, where, when, why, as well as research challenges and emerging topics who need more of our attention. So let's begin. And let me begin with a quick anecdote. In 2014, I was fully immersed in my research of Italian looters, Tombaroli, when I was asked to be a keynote presenter alongside our good colleague Duncan Chappell in Australia at the 13th UN Congress on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice in Doha, in Qatar. And at the time, I was still a young professor in New York City at John Jay College, and my PhD was still to be finished, but I gladly accepted the invitation. And again, I was asked to present which issues should research focus then, in 2014. I'm telling you this because I thought it could be a nice experiment to see how well a presentation similar to this one had aged in 10 years. And the result was that out of, more or less 30 slides, I could only find one slide worth of your time 10 years later, which I assume it's a good sign because it means that many topics are being dealt with and we are in better shape than we were 10 years ago. The slide in question, it's the following. This one. This is a slide in question. We are going to be talking more about this slide, so do not worry. We will go back later to this slide. However, I would like to point out that nowadays, we do have a more solid grasp on the phenomenon of illicit trafficking of cultural heritage, and some issues that I brought up then have been explored, shedding new light to, for example, participants in the market, which, by the way, in 2014, still it was very much in its infancy because most of the work, as Branda said, was being done by archaeologists, not so much by criminologists, except for some exceptions, like, for example, Simon Mackenzie's great doctoral dissertation in 2005, if I'm not wrong. As you will see later, however, I would like today to propose new research avenues which are more into what's going on today. But I will save that for later. As I said, yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. As I said before, addressing the issue of what to do, what do we know so far about trafficking of cultural property is slightly challenging. To begin with, I'm speaking to many good colleagues. Some of them I just met today, and some others we've been, talking for many years, either in person or online, and experts in the field, which I have read time and again. And what I need to tell you that you don't know already. But also at the same time, maybe some people in the auditorium are coming into this field for the first time. I'm thinking, for example, maybe about students from the faculty. So I do hope I have that balance well the presentation and both groups can reap the fruits. Therefore, what I have tried to do here is to lay the foundation of many exciting topics we will be covering today in all the sessions. I mean, if you pay attention to today's program, which I'm sure you've done many times already, we'll be covering issues such as needs assessment, legal protection of cultural heritage, policing, e-commerce, online social organization, organized crime, money laundering. And by itself, this lineup of topic highlights the complexity of the crime we do research in our everyday jobs. So one of the challenges of presenting this presentation is the fact that cultural heritage crime, as we will see, covers various criminal actions ranging from theft to vandalism, to cite just two. And the problem is to find like an overarching way of explaining all these. So I've tried to do a one size fits all in order to, cover all these sorts. So let's gonna talk about these, because let's begin with where we are right now. And let's begin with the what. I will finish the presentation talking more about Conklin, the acknowledged first of all cultural heritage criminologists, who in his seminal book, Our Crime, written in 1994, stated that our crime is every criminal punishable act against works of art, a term I highlight because it proved to be highly contentious at the time. To begin with, because I do think that beyond a dictionary definition, art is a concept that keeps eluding us, and I'm thinking mostly about contemporary art. I mean, if we just went to a Tracy Emin exhibition and we did something to the piece being exhibited there, are we doing what? Are we doing vandalism? Are we stealing something? So what's going on in there? And moreover, because I think that the point of view of many collectors and dealers and institutions such as auction houses, in order to reduce cultural heritage into a price tag, has fueled massive amounts of these criminal acts, giving always this monetary value and considering that everything is art. And I'm thinking once again, and talking to my Italian colleagues about the Grande Razzia, the great raid where, like museums were fueling all these chain looting by Tombaroli in Italy from the 70s to the early 2000s. And this is exactly the problem about talking about art. And it all ended in the case against Giacomo Medici, Vecchina, Marion True, Bob Hecht, and of course it exposed kind of the situation going on in there. To me, I do think that approach of cultural heritage fits better the image because it surpasses all these problems. It goes beyond physical objects. So that is why I prefer talking about cultural heritage crime instead of art crime. And another term also coined by a very good colleague, Joris Kila, is cultural property. Well, not coined by him, but he refers to objects loaded with historical significance, value, or symbolism. In any case, what we do know so far is that the typical catalog deals mostly with archaeological looting and trafficking, which is by far the most research of all the categories, but also includes art theft, fake, forgeries, vandalism, and of course, sadly, cultural destruction of cultural heritage during armed conflict. One of my problems is always the media coverage and romanticization. And I just also wanted to say it here, it's another of our obligations to really stop this whole idea of, the white glove thief and, the looter who is getting under earth in order to just bring these treasures that are buried there forever. No, let an archaeologist do this, not a looter. And, this thief is really a thief that's going into a museum and, stealing things. And of course, the catalog does not stop here because we have also to cover issues not unknown to other disciplines, such as trafficking in general, organized crime, or white-collar crime. As I do like to say, no one can claim nowadays ignorance. Of course, there's, as we said, media coverage of these phenomenons, and these crimes have made it to many criminal codes worldwide, as Merriman stated in 1990. However, we have not paid enough attention beyond mere conjecture to the fact that still a wider audience does not share a social conscience of these crimes. The fact that, and I will head there immediately, most of these crimes happen in a market which is legal and out in the open makes people wonder, well then, is it always legal? And we already know the answer, no, it's not many times. So let's address this issue in the where. Research-wise, the fact that most of the time we're dealing with transnational issues adds to the mess of researching this criminal phenomenon. It's not only the secretive nature of the crime, but also the where did the crime happen, which countries the piece visited from source to destiny, how many times the crime happened, and when should it be counted in official statistics. and of course, in which countries, statistics. So to me, to achieve some sort of simplification, I will turn my attention to the market as the research/operational arena. In the book edited by my esteemed colleagues Cristina Guisasola and Juanjo Periago in 2021, Isber and Rufián Fernández make a good summation of the intricacies of the art market. Ours is a very specific arena because the illicit and the licit intersect so well. The sellers of cultural heritage can play within the safety of a market which allows their transactions and, of course, big benefits, because, of course, there are always going to be clients there who are going to be making a lot of money in the transaction. Thus, the usage of forged documents to create a false provenance for the item since the beginning has made us talk of a gray market, which is kind of the accepted term, even though sometimes it's being contested. The art market has been traditionally an arena filled with secrecy, with silence, with handshakes, and anonymity, among others, making it very difficult for us researchers. And to add to those issues, the e-commerce has been always a thorny issue because we find many established sites selling traffic goods or even fake goods. And there is an ongoing debate whether this is a good after effect or not. As in, as long as they are buying fake goods, no one will disturb my site, once an archaeologist told me, in favor of e-commerce. But I don't think we should all agree that, e-commerce, it's so good. I mean, this is very, very contested. And in any case, this correlation is still in much need of research, as the market is not a static zone, but rather a very much alive one. I mean, once a looter told me he was done selling things to dealers when he could broker to smaller, closer clients his goods. So he was like, why I should be the one making less money? And, I do see right now that the brokers and the dealers are making a lot of money. So, I'm creating my small base of clients. I'm selling all these goods that I'm finding from my garage. And the problem is that it really shows up how the market is really dynamic. This person just learned that, he can get more profits by selling the things to a smaller clientele in his garage, and he can get, well, more benefits. So that's the thing. We should not think like, as the market as this monolithic abstract piece, which is at all static. So regarding the when, as I try to elaborate on the state of the art of the research in this field, having in mind the different typologies of cultural heritage crime. As we are discussing mostly trafficking, I do think the triple phase spectrum proposed by Mackenzie and his colleagues in 2020 is very useful. They do break down the itinerary of traffic cultural heritage items into logically source, transit, and destination phase. It seems that source-wise, we do follow a similar pattern as in other forms of trafficking, where the global south keeps catering the global north, albeit with some exceptions, because there are some source countries such as Italy, Greece, Bulgaria, or Spain, to name a few, where they are not located in the global south, but still, it's going a lot of things going on in there. So I will go back to this issue of source countries as victims, where again, in some instances, there are some issues related, of course, to insecurity and vulnerability that need our attention. And some of very good colleagues here are doing research in conflict areas. The mentioned authors claim, yeah, of course, you tell me. Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. So, just a quick hello to everyone watching online. So, as I was saying, the authors claim that the middle phase regarding transit is the one least studied, and the greatest challenge to overcome, not only in research, but in fighting this sort of illicit, are the problem with jurisdictional issues that some colleagues will address inherent to transnational crimes, which can manifest under many guises, not only in different lack of harmonization of laws, but also in more practical issues such as transit ports, portals, free ports, import-export legislation, just to name a few. And it's also in this phase where the transformative process of the smuggled good can begin legitimizing. I mean, as well as the connections between actors and markets, There are also as well disconnections, because let's not forget, yes, this is a phase where the less powerful players are going to begin interacting with the more powerful ones, therefore connecting. But at the same time, this is the time where the piece begins to be disconnected with the source. Because as we do criminologists just know, there is going to be a denial, a neutralization discourse where it's allowed to plausibly deny and justify the illicit trafficking. And if you haven't done so, watch the hidden camera documentary Blood Antiques to see this in motion. When they have, some journalists just go to antique dealers in Brussels and they record them with a hidden camera, and the justifications are all there. When they have money, they will be able to buy back their heritage, or it is better that this piece is here in my store and not there, because, you know, who knows what can happen to this piece, among many other pearls. And finally, the destination market, where the combination of being largely unregulated and with minimal oversights proves to be the perfect storm for this sort of goods. So let's gonna talk now about the who. And analyzing the who aspect of the illicit trade is tricky because its characters can adopt many roles and jump from phase to phase. So let's use the same structure as before and use the characters in play that Mackenzie and others use in that work. In the source phase, we find the person who obtains the good, whether it's going to be a looter or it's going to be an art thief. And insofar, this is where I have concentrated most of my research, as I keep finding these characters very, very fascinating to research, the source ones. And many findings that I do consider a key, for example, in my research of Tombaroli, one of the things I could never have expected is that after so many centuries, I dare to say, like cultural transmission of criminal values was cut. That is, the looters nowadays that were taught by fathers and grandfathers were telling me, my kid does not want to do this. He just wants to go out at night, or, you know, he wants to deal with other things that are going to be more profitable than that. So I don't know who I'm going to be teaching this. They found it very quickly. Extracomunitari, people working already in the fields with a migrant status. And they said, well, when you're done working with the fields, come with us. And, you know, you're going to be digging for the night. And we'll see how the thing goes. But as you can see, really source, it's very fascinating. Brokers are the ones that are going to receive after payment the pieces. And these are the ones that my looter said, we are not selling to those anymore. We'd rather make it more hidden. And, you know, we'd rather make more money for us because we are the ones making all the, you know, muscle work. So done with them. So we'll see how it goes. But they are the ones, you know, who are going to just put the things in motion, and facilitators are those who are going to allow the looters and brokers to operate. That is, you need a fake permit, you need a fake passport, you need whatever, I'm the one providing it to you. These three characters are easily fungible because looters might become brokers might become facilitators. In transit, brokers are an essential component in moving the items worldwide and providing documentation for the piece to be laundered. Those researcher talks about Janus figures, referring to those brokers that move easily between this phase and the next phase, that is between them and important sellers and those other characters in the other side of the spectrum, in the demand. And that's a very important thing to think about because they are a node between that part of the spectrum where organized crime eventually turns into white-collar crime. And again, facilitators can mirror those of the transit phase. And in the final phase, of course, the destination, we have a plethora of sellers, such as art and antiquities dealers, auction houses, private individuals, a plethora of buyers, collectors, public, private museums, and again, facilitators, which now are way more varied. So in order to finish this first part, I just want to talk about the why, which to me involves how much research has advanced in terms of both descriptive, exploratory, explanatory research, and also evaluation, which is very important. This to me has been an extraordinary advancement in the field because, for example, when I was studying looting for the first time, I found that research at the time had to balance the descriptive emphasis with a more exploratory and explanatory angle. That is, there were various theoretical frameworks drawn from different disciplines needed to explain the whys. That is, we need theoretical criminology to be able to explain why these things are happening, why these crimes are happening, and also an emphasis must be put on promoting research on evaluation. We really need to know more how well things are going, like really applying the what works in prison. We really need to see also what works in policies. Fortunately, as I was saying, this tide has changed as we see more criminological theories and criminological approaches used to go beyond descriptions and bring serious analysis to debate some issues, such as, and this I talk about this more later, such as victimization of communities after theft or looting. Draw from this field, mostly from a critical stance. I'm working with Emily Smith on a paper which is going to be theoretical, and we are kind of trying to lay the ground on a cultural heritage victimology. And what we've read from other disciplines is kind of always critical because, rightly so, colonialism is considered a crime of the powerful, which deprive many nations of the cultural heritage that is now being shown in museums. Today as well, we will be talking of social organizations, so I will leave that to my colleague Sam Hardy. For example, myself, I use organizational learning, as Michael Kennedy did on his day with the drug traffickers and terrorism, to see how groups of looters organize themselves and how these organization impacts on how they learn and adapt to law enforcement and other troubles they encounter in their everyday commission of crimes. RITHMS is talking about a social network analysis, which is a tool used to combat organized crime since relatively long ago. There with also another tool, which has been as well effectively used, which is crime script analysis. I'm thinking about Christine Weidig's work used to analyze conflict antiquities coming from Syrian civil war. So we have plenty of approaches to use. So let's go to the where tool. And several criminologists have made what I call their wish lists. Simon Mackenzie in 2019 advocated for a more in-depth analysis of the three phases of the trafficking pathway. And again, let's remember the issue with the transit phase, which is the less studied, as well as improving data sources, such as using and allowing access to police files, police databases, court and customs files. Of course, it's always complicated. There is bureaucracy, there are permits to be navigated, and of course, the data to be found there is very promising because it's been used like for organized crime research, so it's important. Also, Kate Berman in 2023 geared her wish list towards 5 topics related to issues of ownership, of trade, that could coincide with Mackenzie, about the ethics of collecting. Of course, cultural capital is a key driver. Collectors keep fueling this business, so it's important that we also analyze this from a criminological and a sociological perspective. Also, issues of policy, which I have already raised and that we will be discussing today, badly needed. We need to research more policy, and also issues of policing. But again, as I said, my colleagues will do a better job than me later on. Myself, as you will see, let's go back to this slide. In 2014, I advocated already for more policy evaluation research, in-depth research with both the illicit and licit key players in the market. I mentioned at the time 2014 comparative studies, mostly geographically speaking, and also the comparison with other criminal markets. As you can see, at the time, I stated that qualitative research in specific geographical areas with exploratory capabilities, that is moving way beyond the description of what was going on in there, was a great promise to achieve accuracy of what was going in there. But currently, sorry, 5 minutes, okay, I'm finishing. But currently, going back, change things in 2010, I would sacrifice some of the issues I raised in 2014 to bring onto the table the victims and claim for a cultural heritage victimology. I do think it's very important that we start to address also within victimology the concerns of some of the victims. Some of them are ongoing victims suffering ongoing victimization from colonialism, from other sort of crimes. So it's a project that I'm working, again, as I said, and I will keep pushing also as well, researching those at the source area of the trafficking spectrum. I hope I will be keep doing work with, you understand me, with Tom Baroli, and I will keep researching them because I find them very, very fascinating. Another issue I do find fascinating to research is the fact of how few convictions we do have. Most of these issues are still being solved through diplomatic channels. And of course, if we apply classical theory, this is a huge, huge, huge problem for us because there is no deterrence whatsoever. And I think we should also be thinking about punishment, about just desert, and this classical criminology lens for sure. So now going to the conclusions. I do remember the time when people told me, do not complain, Mark. If you were researching so-and-so field, you would have so much literature to read and to grasp. And you know, it sounded like I was trying to grab the low-hanging fruit from the tree. And plus, we all wish in this room that we had more and more literature. That's what really helps us advance. That is why it's called research. But luckily for us, I want to finish with an optimistic note regarding the generation of knowledge. We have quite catch up with other disciplines in these 10 years, or even I'd say since 1994, since Conklin's book. Of course, the field has advanced tremendously. We do have many criminological articles, books, and it highlights the interest and the cooperation that we do have within organisms, which of course it can be improved as always, but this conference really demonstrates how well it can advance when we do all work together. And that is why I end with this reflection. In 2044, we will reach a milestone. It's the 50th anniversary of Conklin's Art Crime. And I'm sure whoever is going to answer in a conference a question, what do we really know about trafficking in cultural property? If it were me, it's going to be probably the third time in a row. We'll have a harder time because there is going to be more and more. Why? Because everybody in this room and following us online will keep creating great projects and partnerships. Just in order to finish, you know, with an optimistic note, if we did like in concerts where the artist can take a picture with the audience, the caption of ours could read, here we are, the present and future of cultural heritage crime research. Very much. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much for your talk. It was such a great introduction to the topic. And I suppose part of the reason for the opacity or lack of research is really that the context differs so greatly country to country and region to region. I'm wondering, in your experience, it was interesting how you said that the knowledge transfer from generation to generation is changing. Yeah. To what extent, in your experience, do the income of the looters rely on looting, or if it's supplemental to other activities, if it's clear?
In my case, no, but thank you for pointing that out, because we kind of very rush, we rush to say it's subsistence looting, but not always. I mean, the people I interviewed, they were car mechanics. I mean, I tried to make it as longitudinal as possible. That is, there were some video looters who had worked during the big years of making a lot of money. I'm telling you, I interviewed one who had like this little, like, he was like, and in case you don't believe me, and he just got this little green pocket agenda, and all the names were there, like every name of every player in the game in the 70s, 80s, 90s, dealers, museum directors, everything. And it was like, oh, I wish I could, like, you know, take a picture of this or whatever, but no. Well, you know, ethics. So all the ones that I interviewed that were working now, that were younger, they had their own business. And they told me, like, we just go and we just go to the bar and we say, hey, who's coming with us today? And people come and go depending on, for example, what you were saying. They need an extra income that month, for example. And that is why I said these we could not consider organized crime, mostly because we are missing one specific item, which is the prison time. They rarely serve prison time. So, and they do not also kind of fit like in the general description. I'm referring only to the looters, not to the entire chain. But we cannot say, oh yeah, looters are organized criminals, because in most instances, they do what they can. But in the instance of my research, they were not people who, like were starving. Like they had their jobs. That was another way of supplement their income. They had clients. They had to supply, yeah.
In the chat, there is a question that is linked with the previous one, and it's from Nicolo Decorato. And he asked about the involvement of mafia and traditional organized crime in Italy with the activities of the Tombaroli, because he said that he found mixed opinions in the literature.
Oh, absolutely. And not only in the literature. Thank you very much for the great question, Nicolo. I interview many people in the Ministero dei Beni Culturali and also in Carabinieri and Guardie di Finanze. And they said, well, it was anecdotal. That is, you can find like many journalistic reports at the time in the 70s of, the Capozona, the guy who's like the capo of the area. But just watching them and telling them, okay, if you want to excavate here, you pay me. But beyond that, they have always told me that the involvement is like pretty much anecdotal. That being coming from official sources, and as Nicola claims, also as well from literature. I remember one piece of news which came from a journal named Prima Pagina, which said Camorra is linked to ISIS in trafficking of antiquities. And I remember bringing that to all my interviews with Carabinieri, with Guardia di Finanze, with the Ministry of Cultural Goods. And they said, no, do you think Camorra has the time, the idea, the knowledge about trafficking antiquities with ISIS? No, not at all. So they all denied that, like flat. They said, no, not happening. It makes for a good headline, which, by the way, in that piece of news, it was stated in the headline and never appeared once in the body of the piece of news. So it's good. I mean, how they say it, if it bleeds, it leads. Well, in our case, I don't know how it could translate, but no, certainly for sure. What I found, and I'm happy to be like, disproven, and I can easily change my opinion, but what I found so far and what my colleagues have been telling me always, it's like, no, not at all. No relationship.
I have more like a comment, and if you can elaborate on it,
yes,
it would be great. First of all, don't you think that maybe the lack of research on this field is because from the criminal perspective, this kind of crimes has been treated as an accessory to other kind of crimes. Mm-hmm. Also, the kind of structure in the working nets are completely different from other criminal organizations. And last, do you think that, I mean, the worst part of it is not only the research that is still, we are still missing a lot of research on this, but also the round trip. How do we take advantage and take profit of all this research to be applied finally in the real application of the law? That sometimes we have other kind of boundaries, not only the knowledge about how this net works, but also the boundaries of the judicial system, how judges face this kind of crimes. And do you have any kind of experience or comment or think you can say about that. Thank you.
I mean, blame me if I'm too optimistic. It's true. I think if we don't have more research, it's just because of sheer quantity of researchers, and that's it. And when I mean researchers, I mean practitioners and everyone. We're not as many as, in other fields. But actually, we do have, and it's what Merriman was saying in the 90s. I mean, many countries have the crime introduced in their criminal codes. Therefore, it's there and it's being applied. We do have today Antonio Roma. He's a prosecutor who is he has devoted his research in to cultural heritage crime. So we have practitioners. Most of us here, we do have task forces in their police devoted to cultural heritage crime. Therefore, I mean, in the end, I don't think it's not because of a lack of trying. I just think it's just a matter of quantity. When it comes to research, we are not so many of them. And if you ask me to be slightly cynical, I think it's because it's related to cultural heritage, sadly. And, we can see that every day when it comes to public budgets in governments. I mean, which one is taking the brunt of all the money? Cultural heritage. I mean, that's where they are putting less and less money every day. And I do think there is this whole idea of, oh, well, even in crime agendas, we have more pressing concerns. And of course, it's happening in this area where everything is supposed to be legal because, it's dealers and it's this patina of elegance and shiny, it's beautiful, it smells well. So it's not, blue collar crime, it's not street crime, which really, that's where you get the votes. So I think it's really this. I'm sorry if I'm being way too simplistic, and but to me it all comes down to numbers. If we don't have this body of knowledge equal to, I don't know, terrorism studies or sex crimes, it's just because we began way later and we are not as many of them when it comes to research. But I do think in general it's good that, many countries have those police forces. And in the international arena, things have been moving for a long time now, establishing guidelines and, treaties. So it's good that in the end, we have all these. I'm always an eternal optimistic guy, I'm sorry. But I do think we are only slightly behind from others, but who cares? We'll make it there. It's fine.
Okay, thank you very much, Marc. You don't have to be sorry for being optimistic. We have time for one last question, if there is here or in the room. Okay, just the last one of the session, and then.
Just to know if, where is here? Okay. The looters that you interview were involved in other kind of trafficking activities? No, just trafficking cultural property.
And they said it to me I really don't want to do anything else. I'm doing this. I'm having fun. They're having fun, but it's becoming more and more difficult because the upper strata have already been dug, so they really have to go. But they still just they like it. They enjoy it. And no, they were only devoted to looting. Yeah.
Thank you.
You know how they call it in Italian? They call it a reato di acqua di rose, a rose-scented crime. So they were so happy. They were and they ended when always the interviews ended thank you so much for giving me a voice. Can we come to to whenever you? They said, well, you knew, but there was this whole idea of I'm unearthing treasures, and and I've been living here all my life. I mean, all the neutralization techniques were there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are going to finish these first sessions here, and we are going to continue with no stop, with no break. Just following to the round table. Here we are going to start with Cristina Guisasola from the University of Valencia, and she is one also of the few scholars, few national scholars working on this topic, in this case from a more legal perspective. And we are going to have her presentation about this overview and needs assessment of the fight against the illicit trade of cultural property. So.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you here and share this event with such relevant and appreciated colleagues. Not only my dear colleague Patricia Faraldo, who very kindly invited me to this workshop, but also with others, as is the case of Professor Brandariz, with whom I haven't seen for such a long time, my colleague and friend Antonio Roma, with whom I have had the pleasure of sharing conferences and projects for several years. I am looking forward to listen to you this afternoon. And I'm so glad to see again my dear Marc Balcells, who has delighted us with a very exciting, interesting conference. And I also had the pleasure of meeting him while I directed the degree in criminology in Castellón, and with whom I had the chance to be the guest director, the best editor in an issue devoted to Spanish art law in the Journal of Art Crime, co-edited by him and directed by Noah Charney. And last but not least, I'm delighted to meet 1 year after the Riga conference with Oscar Alarcón, whom I participated with in 2 projects from the Council of Europe, which I will mention later. So thank you very much, Patricia, for giving me this opportunity to participate in this relevant conference, and also to the RITHMS Consortium for organizing it, especially to Arianna Travilla, whom I had the pleasure to meet at the aforementioned conference in Riga, with an exciting speech about the role of the technology in addressing the challenges of cultural property trafficking. So starting with the objectives that they pointed out to me in the invitation, the criminological aspects of illicit trafficking in cultural property, but also the obstacles to its prosecution, and even more in the good practices that could overcome them. And taking into account the issues already raised by Professor Balcells, these are the contents that I'm going to raise in the agreed time frame. Firstly, as you know, the supranational dimension of criminal action against cultural property has led international and regional cooperation initiatives through the adoption of several legal instruments. But in the face of the notable increase in transnational illicit trafficking, we must ask ourselves, is there a lack of a legal framework, or is really a lack of efficiency? Next slide, please. Reviewing the international legal sphere, UNESCO has dealt with the problem, as you know, adopting different regulations depending on whether it's wartime or peacetime. The 1917 convention was a great success. It has been signed and ratified by a good part of the states, up to a total of 122. However, it should be noted that it devotes little attention to the criminal aspects. And maybe is this reason why there was little relevance in this respect. Given that the convention was adopted nearly 50 years ago, developments in the past have brought new challenges, as well as new remedies in the fight against illicit traffic. On the one hand, the operational guidelines of the convention in 2015 also aim to minimize disputes arising from the interpretation of the convention and provide a common international standard, although not binding. The guideline must be taken into consideration during the drafting or revision of national legislation on cultural heritage protection. On the other hand, recently, there have been other recommendations to intensify worldwide measures against this phenomenon, in particular the modern provisions drawn up by UNESCO. They cannot address all issues and questions relating to the implementation of the UNESCO Convention, but as they stand, although they don't constitute a normative instrument, they are a framework within states can retain provisions to supplement or fill any gaps in their national legislation. The documents present 20 model provisions divided into 7 chapters, accompanied by a commentary. Next slide, yes. Now, at the European level, the Council of Europe, concerning that the offences related to cultural assets are growing and combines of the need for a new convention, which will replace the one of Delhi in 1985, it was adopted, as you know, the Convention on Offences relating to cultural property in Nicosia. Open for signature by any country in the world, which entered into force 2 years ago. Where resides the added value of this convention? In the fact that it's the only international criminal law treaty specifically dealing with the prevention and criminalization of the intentional destruction and the trafficking of cultural property, setting out regulatory minimums for the prosecution and punishment of archetypical offences against cultural property. Furthermore, the explanatory report accompanying the agreement includes clarification and explanation whose inclusion in the text was not appropriate. The Convention has a large number of offences, from the unlawful appropriation to the transportation abroad to countries where the objects can be concealed from customs or laundered through transactions that give distance from any black market. Finally, the sale to private, individual, or institutional collectors or trade companies. In essence, all the dynamics of the trafficking are covered. In summary, it can be stated that this bundle of offences provide the Convention with an adequate legal toolkit, which appears to be potentially effective. However, it must be noted that the Convention has included or excluded, as the case may be, certain provisions which may diminish its effectiveness. First, because all the typical conducts described are fraudulent, excluding reckless commission. And second, because there are reservations provided for certain offences: unlawful excavation and removal, illegal importation, and damages. As you know, they intended to leave a certain discretion to the states that may renounce to prosecute as a crime, but to punish them as a non-criminal offence, an administrative offence. Yes. So having set out the main features of the Convention, in order to foster the wide ratification of the Nicosia Convention and its proper implementation at the national level, the Criminal Law Cooperation Unit of the COE undertook to carry out a multi-state project entitled Fight Against Offences Relating to Cultural Property. The project entails a gap analysis survey in which Professor Kerr and I were hired as external consultants to develop together a report linked to the Convention. In the framework of this project, we did, firstly, an analysis and assessment of the needs of the legislation protecting cultural property in the 12 signatory or ratifying states of the Convention of Nicosia as of June 2021. As I already noted, Spain has not signed yet the Convention. And secondly, as the baseline report will serve as a roadmap to check or adopt new national legislation, the report ends with conclusions and recommendations for these states, bearing in mind the results of the analysis that was done before. What methodology was used? The project was structured around two components: a set of questionnaires, which was submitted to the states and in particular to a national consultant. However, due to the impossibility of finding the national consultant for Cyprus, Portugal, and San Marino, we only received a total of 9 responses. Each consultant was invited to obtain information directly from the national authorities or law enforcement bodies of the country concerned that they are competent to deal with the offences set out under Nicosia Convention, pursuant their domestic law. And finally, the present report was created based on the responses to the questionnaires. The highlights of the report can be summarized as follows. The legislation in place in most of the states was already in line with the requirements of the Nicosia Convention. However, there exist different approaches across the states with respect to some offences. In particular, the 9 states that participated have domestic law provisions that adequately implement the punishment of theft and other forms of unlawful appropriation. But regarding the illicit trade, the states don't cover all the components of this offense in the same manner, from the unlawful excavation and removal to the placing on the market property which has been stolen, excavated, or exported under illegal circumstances. The legislation of every state, notably the criminal law, covers the illicit exportation of cultural objects, and the EU members participating in the survey, Greece, Italy, Latvia, and Slovenia, also cover the illicit importation. Moreover, it must be borne in mind that non-EU member states address the issue of illicit importation in different ways. Armenia and Montenegro are singled out because implements adequately all the provisions of Nicosia Convention. In relation of the cases requested by a national consultant, they provided information on any available jurisprudence, legal dispute, or law enforcement operation. The information confirmed that cultural heritage is targeted with alarming frequency in both peace and wartime. And after this brief reference to the report, as I said at the beginning, I would like to address to another of the objectives of the already referred legal instruments and of the European Union Action Plan against trafficking in cultural goods presented in December 2022, in particular the objective of prevention and detection of crimes committed by participants in the art market. Certainly, cultural goods make participants, collectors, and cultural heritage institutions are placed to help prevent and detect crime related to cultural goods, since they are at particular risk of encountering trafficked cultural goods or of becoming victims of property crime. We all know the recent arrest of an antiques dealer in Barcelona for the illegal sale of an Egyptian sculpture, and that was offered during the annual art fair in Maastricht. The detainees are legally responsible for the crimes of money laundering, smuggling, and face documentation. It's essential that these stakeholders are aware of the applicable legislation and other non-legislative tools that aim to prevent and detect such crimes. So, on one hand, the anti-money laundering directives now apply to art and antiquities market participants, as well as to free ports for transactions above a certain threshold. So, market participants must include risk assessment to prevention and detection, the money laundering and terrorist finances, risk mitigation and risk managing measures, and report suspicious transactions to the National Financial Intelligence Unit. As the explanatory report of the Nicosia Convention said, the struggle against trafficking has changed. The black market trade is moving away from traditional means of trading to trading antiquities through social media. So, on the other hand, we referred at the due diligence and ethic rules. But concluding, yes, I conclude by voicing some challenges, proposed revision, and recent initiatives. First of all, rethinking the offences related to cultural property. States should ensure the implementation of the offences of the Nicosia Convention, enacting new norms or revising or adapting existing rules. In the Spanish case, although has not yet signed the convention, regulation of smuggling cultural goods would be object of reflection from the point of view of the principle of proportionality. At the same time, it's worth considering whether it should be included in the criminal code and not in the smuggling regulation. And when expanding the Omodei provision from UNESCO, we proposed an important consideration being claimed for law enforcement. It's a recurrent complaint that time limitations of a claim of recovery is not aligned with the time limitation of the criminal prosecution. So the draft provision finally established that this time limitation of a criminal prosecution does not affect the initiation of a claim for recovery cultural property by a specific provision. Additionally, the unequal criminalization of offences within the European territory hinders asset recovery and confiscation of goods. This is why the Commission has proposed to strengthen European rules in this area. Proposal from a directive in 2022, which will require member states to trace, freeze, and confiscate assets resulting from illicit trafficking in cultural property. Yes, time is over, so the rest for the debate. Thank you very much. And only say that thank you because I think that collaboration efforts among researchers, law enforcement agencies, cultural and justice institutions are crucial to prevent and combat, yes, property offences, and apologize for going over time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Cristina. You are perfectly on time. Thank you for sharing the results of your interesting project. I think that's going to be very useful to think about it and to reflect about this topic for the discussion. But we are going to continue with the next presenter. That will be Francesca Fiorentini. She is an associate professor of comparative law at the University of Trieste in the north of Italy. And she's going to speak about borders and right-based approaches to the legal protection of cultural heritage. So as soon as you are ready, you can start. I'm going to...
Okay. Thank you, Cristina, very much for your introduction. Thank you, everybody here, especially to Patricia Riccardo, who is also helping me with very technical and useful matters. Thank you, Patricia, for inviting me, and above all, thank you to Arianna Visconti for involving me in this event. Thank you to the University A Coruña for organizing this event, also to the administrative staff. I'm really glad to be here and to be able to participate in such an interesting conference, and I think I will learn a lot from all of you and from our shared ideas. Actually, I'm not a criminal lawyer, so I'm bringing about my experience as a private comparative lawyer, and so I have elaborated some quite general reflection pertaining to the legal architecture of the law governing cultural heritage and pertaining also the challenges that this complicated legal system, multi-level legal system is facing today. Well, let's come to the rights-based approach to cultural heritage. It is quite evident that the rights-based approach to cultural heritage is imbued with unsettled issues of borders. Despite the revolution brought about by globalization and digitization also in the legal field, state sovereignty and its frontiers still govern cultural heritage law. And to demonstrate these, I will show through a couple of examples how cultural heritage is made by time and space, legal and political borders. Because some of these borders need to be redefined to be better functional to current demands of cultural heritage protection, I will conclude by hinting to possible interpretive strategies we can resort to in order to manage cultural heritage more effectively. So I will begin by addressing the issue of the time frontiers. What is time? What is the meaning of time in the legal rules pertaining to cultural heritage? Well, in our field, time has been used and is used in the lawmaking process to reach particular political outcomes. A first clear and famous example is the rule under Article 28 of the 1980 UN Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, this provision states that international treaties are not retroactive. Well, this rule has been instrumentally maintained or refused during time as a tool to counterbalance opposing political interests of the international community. In the field of cultural heritage law during warfare, this rule has been abandoned in the peace treaties after the two world wars, when the obligation of restitution sometimes extended retroactively to artworks subtracted during previous conflicts. And this was functional to the need of reforming the integrity of the national cultural patrimony of both winners and losers. On the contrary, with regard to the international cultural heritage law in time of peace, we know that the UNESCO 1970 Convention reaffirms the rule as to the non-retroactivity of the Convention. And this choice counterbalances the typical nationalistic approach of this international instrument with the opposing interests of the market nations. The exclusion of any retroactivity of the 1970 Convention legitimizes actually any illegal circulation of or removal of cultural property that occurred before the entry into force of the Convention, thereby maintaining a certain amount of cultural objects as tradable on the market. Another example is gained if we look at the legal meanings that the terms looting and restitution have acquired during time and in history. They have been shaped actually by the intermingling between law and politics. Well, time circumstances tied up with local specificities have produced a series of discontinuities of meaning pertaining to these two terms. And actually, it is only in the period of the French Revolution and then in the subsequent Napoleonic period that looting and restitution became as terms connected one with another. Before that time, looting was legal. Since Roman times, the use spread considered looting a valid title of acquisition of the movables of the enemy in the same ways as a normal sale or gift would do. In the context of the French Revolution, the seizure of art by the revolutionary armies was legitimized by the philosophical idea that only free men could love and preserve art. Therefore, all art had to be freed from tyrannical feudal lords and had to find its home in France, possibly in the Musée Napoleon, safe and swift. This being a kind of repatriation, looting has been a kind of repatriation of art to the homeland of the free men, that was France. So here, looting was designated as synonymous of restitution and preservation, no contraposition at all existing between these three terms. But things changed subsequently. After the fall of Napoleon, the meaning of restitution changed. Of course, it changed because of the immense scale of the Napoleonic lootings and also a theoretical, philosophical acknowledgement of the illicit nature of looting during warfare, at least in the international community and the intelligentsia. This development matured even more after the atrocities of the two world wars and with the beginning of the lawmaking activity at a global level by UNESCO and UNIDROIT. From a legal point of view, a distinction now emerged between restitution and return, but the focal point, the most important point, is the positive value that has been attributed to the term restitution, a term which is now in this period underpinned by the international acknowledgement of the illegitimacy of the removal. All well so far, but yet despite these developments, other connotations and functions have been attributed to restitution in the post-World War II period, which did not follow strict international law dictates. The case of Korea shows that with clarity. The American Commission for the Protection and Salvage of Artistic and Historic Monuments in War Areas, that was the so-called Second Robert Commission, was set up in 1943 for the European area dealing with restitution of artworks looted in the context of the Second World War. And in April 1944, it expanded its scope to East Asia and Japan. Though using the same methods as for post-war Germany, the outcome here diverged greatly. After World War II, the denial by the Allied of the restitution to Korea of the works removed by Japan in the period 1910-1945 showed that for many decades, the realities of the Cold War prevailed over international legal principles. Aiming to demonstrate that the US took care of protecting Japanese heritage as a means of reconciliation, the Allies decided to leave the Japanese collection intact. Here again, looting was legitimized, and it was legitimized as preservation of cultural heritage, and this approach lasted in East Asia even after the affirmation of the principles codified in the UNESCO conventions, the 1970 and the other subsequent conventions, such as, for instance, the respect of the territory of origin. Let's now move to see what happens with regard to the space dimension, the space borders that we have to face when we approach cultural heritage law. Despite its universal aspiration, cultural heritage legal regime is strongly connected with the problem of spatiality. In this perspective, cultural heritage law calls for a much intensive reconsideration of two issues. First, the spatiality of law as it is limited by state sovereignty, and second, the emergence of new legal spaces in need of governance. This is because the global and digitalized dimension of cultural heritage nowadays ends up emphasizing local peculiarities that are more connected with human geography factors than with traditional states' sovereignty. And I will address these two aspects now. Well, in the sector of the adjudication of cross-border restitution disputes, we know very well that private international law imposes special limits to cultural heritage protection, some of which day by day become more questionable. Basically, these limits arise from an inevitable interpretive path dependency of national judges who apply well-settled doctrines developed for normal good and not specifically developed for cultural heritage goods. First, judges apply the famous rule, which is called lex res sita, the law of the place where the cultural property is situated. Yet to establish this lex res sita, the relevant moment of time to be considered differs among jurisdictions. For instance, France applies the law of the litigation, English law applies the law of the place of the last transaction, thereby meaning contract law, and the US favors the law of the place where the property was at the time of the last transaction, thereby meaning property law and not contract law. Despite major doctrinal debates aiming at overcoming the lex res sita and substitute it with a more appropriate lex originis, there has been no substantial modifications of the domestic private international laws on this matter. The only exception to this is the well-known Belgian Code of International Private Law, which codified in paragraph 90, article 90, paragraph 1, the lex originis for the cultural objects. And the second private international law issue is the long-standing rule according to which domestic courts do not apply foreign public laws. And this is a rule clearly based on the principle of equality between sovereign states. And nota bene that here public laws means criminal law, means tax law, means constitutional or other kind of public law according to the meaning present in the various jurisdictions. And if applied automatically by courts, as it has been done for many decades in most cases, this rule results in a total lack of recognition of foreign export controls or sometimes even ownership titles. Legal scholars raised against this rule already from the 70s, elaborating what is now the most widespread opinion, according to which judges should apply also foreign public laws, taking into consideration nature and purpose of these laws, if these laws do not contravene the public order of the forum. In this direction, a positive public policy test has been developed, and this test means that if reasons of public policy like complying with international law principles, mandate the application of a foreign public law provision, then it would be contrary to international law to refuse to do it. However, this is just a doctrinal approach, and it still needs time to see whether a strong judicial trend will develop from these ideas. Let's come briefly, and then I will conclude, to the issues connected with human and legal geography. As a subdisciplinary field of human geography, legal geography focuses on the co-constitutive relationship between people, places, and law. This perspective helps identify the links, but also the contrast existing in cultural international law between universalism and localism. Let's think to the Great Chinese Wall. Its outstanding qualities refer to a particular culture and can be appreciated in the context of its original environment. This is something more local than universal. Yet the Great Chinese Wall is universal because it's appealing for everyone in the world, but does not exist everywhere and does not involve the history of everyone. The development of cultural international law has showed a trend towards emphasizing local specificities through the mise en œuvre of the principle of the universal value of cultural heritage, a trend we started already with the 1972 UNESCO World Heritage Convention. Well, the many scale of cultural heritage impose a reconsideration of states' role in the legal management of cultural heritage. Stressing the local relevance of cultural heritage often results in promoting states' role and interests, but sometimes not. For instance, when it comes to the observation that there is also the interest of minorities living within jurisdiction or living even across different states, like the case of Maoris in New Zealand. And I will conclude because there is a need for strategies to help govern these diversities, remaining within a system, a legal system, a global legal system, which is made primarily by sovereign and equal states. And a possible strategy can be the reinforcement of what scholars, I think of Alessandro Checchi, for instance, call the lex culturalis. What is lex culturalis? Would be a composite body of common rules of interpretation and adjudication aiming to enhance protection of cultural heritage by nurturing the application of interpretive protective rules and excluding the path-dependent application of the positive law rules drafted on the basis of sovereign states' interests. This seems an efficient path to follow for the time being because it could avoid pursuing complicated and costly legal reforms of domestic legislation. I think I will reduce my conclusion. I had elaborated some more, but I stop here because I want to stay in times, and I will reserve some extras for the debate. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Francesca. Well, thank you very much to all the speakers for the consideration, and we will have some time at the end of the session, and then we will have also the time to continue talking about these interesting topics in the coffee break that we are going to have at 11:15. So now we are going to continue with the next speaker, who is our colleague, José A. Brandariz, and he is a professor of at this University of Criminology and Criminal Law, and he's member also of the RITHMS project. And he's going to present and to share with you some of the results of the research done in the framework of the RITHMS project. Specifically, he's going to speak about the fighting against trafficking in the LEAs perspective about this fighting against trafficking in cultural goods.
Actually, as Cristina told you, my presentation is aimed to briefly introduce one of the criminological reports prepared in the framework of the RITHMS project. So this study is called Report on Mapping and Overcoming Obstacles in Fighting Against Trafficking in Cultural Goods. It was co-authored by University of A Coruña's scholars David Castro, Cristina Fernández Besa, María Ortega, Nacho Díaz Castaño, and myself. and benefited from the insightful comments made by Michela de Bernardin, Patricia Faraldo, who is over there, Tobias Mates, back there somewhere, Salvatore Rapicavoli, and Arianna Troviglia. And it explores the policy, institutional, and organizational shortcomings eroding law enforcement capacities in countering cultural property crime. So our study was initially based on a relatively extensive desk research in which both the Grail literature and the academic literature were considered. Drawing on the provisional conclusions obtained in the desk research phase, the team prepared a survey on the main obstacles hindering policing activities, which was addressed by representatives of the various LEAs involved in the project. And relying on the survey results, a focus group turned in collective interview targeting 5 police representatives was subsequently carried out, followed by the interview of top police officials from 3 critical law enforcement squads participating in the project. And please let me stress our debt of gratitude to all of them for having so generously collaborated in this research. The report is essentially structured in 3 parts. Part 1 explores the tricky question of what the success and failure mean in the sphere of anti-crime strategies. Any exploration on crime control and cultural heritage crime has to cope with pessimist perspectives that seem to be particularly widespread. Not today, by the way, but generally speaking, pessimist perspectives are prevalent. In fact, many stakeholders highlight that the results of criminal justice efforts aimed at tackling trafficking in cultural goods are markedly poor. The extent to which this negative conclusion has been widely embraced by the scholar literature and the Grail literature is intriguing. Although law enforcement strategies to tackle many forms of organized and white-collar crime do not appear to be especially successful, negative assessments are relatively rare. By contrast, they are recurrent in the case of cultural property crime. Consequently, a report on law enforcement obstacles may want to explore if and to what extent this disappointing assessment is overstated. In addressing this research question, our study nuances, or at least aims to nuance, the conventional wisdom on these topics. Initially, it stresses that there is a marked cross-national diversity in terms of anti-trafficking capabilities. Additionally, the report argues that the crime control scenario is arguably improving. And this is a point that was raised before by Marc, by the way. Recalling, our study recalls that EU-funded research actions such as RITHMS are both a cause and a consequence of this improvement. Finally, drawing on comparative data, our study emphasizes that law enforcement outcomes in this field are not significantly more discouraging than in other trafficking areas in which much more policing resources are being invested, such as human trafficking. Having said that, the report unambiguously acknowledges that certain aspects might be refined, and more precisely, that there is a puzzling mismatch between the number of detected cases and that of sentenced offenses. Putting it differently, whilst European law enforcement units have long shown that they have notable detection and seizure capabilities, their prosecution results are much more unpromising. One of the interviewed officials emphasized this aspect by openly pointing out, quote, "I'm super conscious about how big this problem has been during the last decades in their country, in the country of this law enforcement official. So it is hard to say, but I think that if you want to solve a problem, you need to be conscious about the problem, and you cannot be naive." Consequently, there are good reasons to explore what are the hurdles undermining anti-trafficking efforts, at least in terms of prosecution and sentencing. So in this respect, part 2 of this study is focused on the various shortcomings of criminal justice practices. And luckily, this topic of shortcomings has been broadly scrutinized by scholars and policymakers. The report relies on the conclusions of this literature to contrast them with the views of senior officials of specialized units fighting cultural property crime in different EU countries. So the empirical data show that in contrast to many other aspects highlighted in this literature, police agencies are particularly concerned over the obstacles preventing them from regularly sharing intelligence and cooperating with other law enforcement agencies and non-institutional stakeholders. In fact, cooperation issues, both at the national and international level, appear to be a primary concern for law enforcement. The literature has long stressed the significance of legal issues, and that is a different thing, legal issues, in improving crime control in this field. And interestingly, though, the officials participating in this project frame legal issues from an operational viewpoint. In this respect, they claim that legal harmonization efforts are needed to enable cross-national law enforcement cooperation, which is sometimes obstructed by differences in the legal regulation of specific criminal property offenses. In addition, police informants stressed that public and political awareness obstacles are also of utmost importance. In fact, they recurrently pointed out that widespread consciousness over the significance and value of cultural property is pivotal to successfully tackle trafficking activities. As a matter of fact, this perspective is wholly consistent with the assumption that criminal justice agencies cannot be left to their own devices in fighting cultural heritage crime. In other words, only ambitious public-private partnership schemes supplemented by the involvement of the public in preventing and reacting to cultural property crime may result in a significant expansion of both institutional and non-institutional capacities to curb this criminal phenomenon. And beyond these pivotal issues, the empirical findings also show that law enforcement actors have a nuanced view on how and to what extent technological innovations may facilitate their crime prevention and crime control tasks. This is not a minor conclusion given the intense debates on technology and police reform that have garnered traction in recent years. In contrast to the solutionist viewpoints sometimes championed by political actors and media outlets, senior officers have a holistic perspective on both the hurdles obstructing police work and the role to be played by technological devices in overcoming these hurdles. Tellingly, one top law enforcement official pointed out, and I quote, "Technological tools may assist in expanding tracing capacities, in expanding the scope of police investigations, but the human factor is still critical. Technology is just a tool," unquote. Part 3 of the report examines the best practices that have been proposed by various stakeholders in the recent past. These proposals combine measures of very different nature, scale, and scope, from narrow-ranging changes that may be implemented. Sorry? Oh, it's not working?
No.
Oh, fuck. That is a Spanish word. Oh, gosh. Are you working? Are you? Yeah. 20 seconds more. Okay. So, we got a wide variety of proposals that go from narrow-ranging changes that may be immediately implemented to demanding broad encompassing changes that have a gradual and incremental character. So in this respect, law enforcement diversity may prove to be an additional obstacle, since successfully tested best practices risk to be out of reach for some police agencies, whilst they are trivial and useless for experienced police units. Consequently, best practice reflections should have a situated nature. That is, they must be focused on the specific shortcomings identified in a concrete jurisdiction. As a matter of fact, and I quote, "There is no one-size-fits-all solution in this field," unquote, to mention Neil Brody and his collaborators. The EU Action Plan, it was presented before, by the way, EU Action Plan against trafficking in cultural goods, released by the European Commission in December 2022, has begun to have a critical impact on these conversations. So in a white paper fashion, this high-profile EU policy plan sets various strategic goals, such as, quote unquote, boosting international cooperation and improving prevention and detection of crimes by market participants. Additionally, it presents a long list of key actions to be carried out by both national administrations and EU institutions in the coming future, dealing with vital aspects such as data collection and intelligence gathering, cooperation, intelligence sharing, training, digital innovations, and legal reforms. So although the EU Action Plan mixes different policy layers and is not particularly ambitious in certain vital aspects such as awareness raising, it insightfully develops a plural policing perspective, targeting public actors and private stakeholders such as market players in its proposal to more successfully counter cultural property crime. Consequently, the EU Action Plan promises to be a significant milestone in the ongoing development of public and private capacities to tackle trafficking in cultural goods. And in the framework of these policymaking debates, the Italian specialized squad, Carabinieri's TPC, has long been considered as a landmark in this crime control field. Having accomplished unparalleled achievements in fighting cultural heritage crime, TPC is constantly referenced by police officers and scholars alike as the policing model to be explored and potentially replicated. Consequently, our study examines what makes the Italian squad so successful. The law enforcement leaders, the non-Italian law enforcement leaders participating in RITHMS activities unambiguously pointed out two critical aspects, namely the social, cultural, and political landscape in which TPC acts and their policing resources. Additional strengths should be considered as well, such as their unparalleled 55-year experience, their institutional dependence from the Ministry of Culture, their unique technological capacities, and the relevance given by TPC to awareness-raising efforts. One cannot look either, and this is a very relevant point, that the experience amassed by Italian police agencies, beyond TPC, Italian police agencies altogether in tackling organized crime activities is second to none in Europe. Carabinieri officials insightfully pointed out that best practices cannot be mimicked, but they need to be tailored to the specific conditions of the corresponding crime control field. Whether or not TPC's strategies can be replicated, their success shows that there are tested ways to improve law enforcement capacities to counter cultural property crime in Europe and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite all the other presenters of this roundtable to come back here. And now we are going to have Cristina and Francesca. We have some minutes to collect some questions from the room and also from the online audience. That, as you can see, we have 58 persons following the conference online, well, plus the people here in person. I think that it's a quite considerable number. So if any of you have a question or comment, okay, here, the micro, por favor. Nacho, el micro.
Yeah, it's working. Okay. Well, my name is Richard. I'm a police officer from the Netherlands on hate crime. I want to thank you for the great presentations and your work. It's really good to see that, well, not only talk academically, but you talk also a little bit from practice. So I discover a lot of practice things in your presentation. So that's always good. But I have a question for all three of you, and that's about the role of prosecution, because I think this is a little bit underestimated, or I think it's very, very important, because if I see how many prosecutions there is in Europe in general, but also in Italy, they do a lot of work. And when it comes to prosecution of art dealers, okay, tomborellos, traffickers, sometimes will be prosecuted, but mostly the big guys, the big art dealers, we don't see too much. And in my personal work in the Netherlands, it's a big problem. If I have a case, to find a prosecutor who is really eager to prosecute, it is very hard work. So can you tell me a little bit about how you look at the role of prosecution and the role of judges to prosecute somebody for trial?
Maybe gather more questions, or just, I don't know.
No, please, if you want to answer, then people can continue thinking about other questions.
So in the order that we have presented, or?
I would suggest, according to the topic of the question, this is more for criminal lawyers, probably.
You don't want to say nothing about this?
No, I think, for instance, in Italy, there has been a lot of prosecution and famous cases that have reached the level of the cassation court. So there has been, of course, and probably there are many technical legal barriers to reach then a final decision. For instance, the role of prescription of the crime can also be important in this perspective. And therefore, it is important to have a reform. We have recently reformed our penal code pertaining the crimes against cultural heritage. But we have here more specialists than I. I'm a private lawyer, so I think prosecution is important, but it must be supported by technical reform, avoiding that it stops before reaching a final decision. But I stop here.
I think that is a common problem, because in Spain it's difficult also to find complete and reliable statistics of the offences in general of cultural property and of illicit trade also. So it's one of the conclusions of our report, that we need use a common template, but maybe some cases are not reported, and there are a problem with this, yes.
Thank you for your question, Richard. It's a bit weird making a presentation talking about the perspective of police officers when you are not a police officer, right? And this kind of mistakes, you should commit them just once. And since Antonio Roma is somewhere over there, and he's going to talk about prosecution, I'm not going to commit this mistake twice. So I'm going to leave this thing to him. But I want to emphasize one point. Our study confirmed, well, I think this is well known for everyone, that with the exception of drug trafficking cases, any other form of trafficking, the results in terms of prosecution and sentencing are not particularly promising. Even, and this is something that needs to be underlined, in the field of human trafficking. With very few exceptions, we are also failing in this field. So there is something there that needs to be further scrutinized in terms of understanding what is happening, that we are not translating our detection capacities into prosecution and sentencing capacities. But I want to underline one thing, and that is, I would say, a promising viewpoint. That is, at least in the field of criminology, when we engage in this kind of conversations, academic conversations, we normally tend to follow for relatively obvious reasons, one of them being the fact that English is the lingua franca. We tend to follow measures and practices that have been implemented and tested in Northern European countries. The UK, first of all, especially in terms of policing. Any debate on policing in academic environments in criminology is deeply determined by the perspective of British scholars. Well, in this case, we should, and we are actually turning this thing upside down. Because when we say that prosecution is not particularly successful in terms of tackling these activities, there is at least one critical exception, and that is Italy. And what is relevant for me, and this is something that has been presented in the report, is that Italy is not only an exception in this regard. Thanks to the colleagues of the University of Palermo who invited me to be part of an EU-funded project conducting research on different types of trafficking activities, Italy is second to none in terms of the capacity of tackling trafficking activities in different fields, as well as smuggling activities. So, yeah, there is something happening there that requires further attention, and we should put efforts in trying to ascertain what is happening and why we are, quote unquote, failing in this regard. But one of the promising paths to be followed in trying to ascertain or, to give an answer to this dilemma is trying to understand what is happening in Italy. And I think this is definitely a path that deserves to be followed.
Is there any other question in the room or online? Are you tired? Do you need a coffee?
Hi, this is a short and clear question to Cristina. I know that for the content of the Nicosia Treaty, Spain will fit with the principles and the provisions of the convention. So my question is why we didn't sign the treaty yet? Is there any reason that we don't know or that could be said? Thank you.
Okay, I just want to add that because there are two questions or comments online on the same direction. One from Nicolo, I don't know the surname, I say that reasons for so few countries ratifying the Nicosia Convention. So he's asking about there are so few, and he's also asking about the prospects of more countries joining. And there is another question from Pia asking why is that the Nicosia Convention only have 12 signatories? So in the same,
In Spanish we say la pregunta del millón. It's a question that I ask also because when I have had the opportunity to talk with someone of the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Justice, they say that depending on the other, so I don't know. But here we have Oscar Alarcón from Council of Europe, so maybe he can give us news about it. I don't know. Oscar?
Good news.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Oscar Alarcón. I'm working at the Council of Europe. I'm dealing with the Nicosia Convention. And in relation to this question about the number of ratifications of countries, and in particular by Spain, in this particular case, the signature, I mean, I cannot, for the time being, inform you that the Council of Europe is nowadays, currently, just discussing with the Spanish authorities for the acceding to the Nicosia Convention. So we hope that in this year, Spain could join the convention. It is, of course, to the national Spanish authorities to decide it, but we are pushing for it. And in principle, there is a positive view of joining soon. Thanks.
Thank you for the news. And there is another question online Well, one person is asking if there is the opportunity to get the contact info from the panelists, but I leave it for later. And another person says, Italy publishes yearly a report on cultural heritage crimes. And he asks, or he or she, sorry, are there similar reports from other countries in Europe or elsewhere? Say, I know India does, but I do not have other data. So I don't know if the panelists or anyone in the room can answer this question.
Not, is working? Yeah. Not to the best of my knowledge, but I don't know whether anyone else has more updated information on this.
I know Turkey does.
Turkey does. Thank you.
Okay, so something that we can research about and look for. Could be interesting to know. Okay, any other questions? Thanks. On the site Carabinieri, search for tutela patrimonio culturale. Okay. Any other question or comment? No. I think that there was another question from that.
Well, the one from Marc. There was a question about the involvement of the people working with the restoration of antiquities and art pieces, and if they can collaborate in some way, but unknown way, with trafficking.
Well, of course, there have been cases, and I'm thinking right now straight away Medici, where of course, if I'm not wrong, he was working with Ercole, and he had him working at the Geneva Freeport, like restoring the pieces and everything. What Mackenzie and colleagues always say is that there are two types of facilitators. Those kind of contributing and spreading the problem of trafficking, and those who kind of try to combat it. It's kind of complicated where do you place one and others, but of course, restorers, of course not all, but have been known to participate in these schemes because they are an essential part. I mean, if you just think about it, you need the piece to look fresh. The problem is that if you see that some of the pieces have like the soil and everything, then you can just play with archaeoforensics and try to determine what was happening in it. And sometimes, I mean, it's good that it happens not only because of probatory elements, but also because it's really what more damning evidence that the piece has been looted when, you know, it's not properly restored and everything, it still has soil attached to it. So yes, I mean, they are an essential part in some of these in some of these tricky businesses. Not all of them, of course, but some of them have been known to collaborate with dealers. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to first of all thank the organisers for inviting me here today to speak. Thank you very much. And, you know, it's a big pleasure to be in A Coruña. I went to the Estadio Riazor on Sunday. So if you're a Deportivo fan, I hope you're feeling a bit better now, a couple of days after the result. But no, it's a big pleasure and honour to be here, so thank you. So my research, my research on the policing of art crime, as well as other aspects of art crime, such as protest, began in 2008. And it particularly focused on London and art theft in London, and the policing and the securitization of art theft in London. But as you all know, the nature of art theft, you focus in on one place, the whole world suddenly comes into view. So I've also done comparative research in France, England and Wales again, and Italy, and also my last research was in Brazil to try and piece together what's happening. And like lots of kind of good qualitative research in criminology. You know, I'm not saying this is the truth, this is what happens. This hopefully is some insight into what has been happening and is happening at the moment. So I won't go into different definitions. You know, as lots of you in the room know, you know, criminologists love a good argument. We could be here till this evening discussing what is organized crime, etc. But the term I like to use is crime groups or criminal groups. It may be a bit of a cop-out, but I think it takes away some of the concepts which are stuck with organized crime based on aspects such as ethnicity, hierarchies, etc. Also with policing, it's really important for all of us not to always just think when you hear the word policing of the public police. They do a lot of the policing, but private police are a huge aspect. And even, you know, different criminologists have used words such as security governance. I myself just say public police or private police. So as Marc said at the start of today, previously, you know, as when Conklin started, Mackenzie started, different people started, when I started, you know, and to use Becker's quote, we weren't terrorized by the literature. Some areas you go to and you think, wow, how am I going to do work on this? There's so much. This field now has lots. So it's really important when, say, a criminologist, policing scholar says nothing's been done, be skeptical of that, like all good criminologists, police people, because lots of good work is being done and has been done. So I'm not going to talk about the context for a long time. There we are. We're back, no problem. So a lot of the aspects which enable heritage and cultural property crime are globalization, this movement between places. So Van Dijk and Sprappen said in 2014, more crimes now have an international dimension, even common crimes. More crime groups are operating across borders. The diversity of transnational crime networks has increased, and new transnational crimes have emerged, whereas others were modernized because of improvements in information and communication technology. So that's 10 years ago. Castells, even further ago, 1998, predicted about people looking for opportunities, taking advantage of, in his words, black holes of global capitalism. So does anyone know what the animal in the middle of this picture is, top middle? Okay, you're all very good at, you know, I've asked other people and no one's had a clue, and I've thought, oh, I'm doing well here. I know what it is. Exactly, so a pangolin. And in 2019, this was the most trafficked animal in the world, with potentially 195,000 pangolins being trafficked. So you didn't come here to hear about pangolins, but my point is, it's about opportunities, about criminal entrepreneurs, as I call them, looking for opportunities. And in many cases, they will take anything. And forget about the moral imperative. If you are happy, not happy, but if you're willing to smuggle heroin, for example, you know, heritage and cultural property, so what, you know, and it's important that all of us remember that aspect of it. So as Vlasis said, 2001, they too are shifting from country to country, region to region, and activity to activity, depending on opportunity, profitability, and the lack of capacity on the part of national authorities to place their operations at risk. So these quotes are old, and I have them on purpose because, in a sense, it's even worse now. There are more and more opportunities. And a good example are these lovely people in the top right. So as Marc was saying about the glamorification of art crime, heritage and cultural property crime. You know, forget Brad Pitt, George Clooney, etc. This is what they look like. These are the Rathkill Rovers who ended up being caught because they were involved in museum thefts in the UK. And they were actually using English thieves, so they're from an area of Ireland. They were using English thieves to do the crimes for them because they were too busy with other criminal opportunities. And one of their big crimes was the theft of rhino horns. So this is one of the key groups that were going around Europe in the museums. And if you think about it, it's clever. You know, it's obviously it's horrible, but all of these museums, especially small museums, there's one in a city in the UK called Ipswich, Rosie the Rhino, it's just there. And then even when people started hiding the rhino in the stores, these people knew that. They're like, that's plastic now. So they'd go in. So my point is, these are the same people doing lots of different criminal activities. And heritage and cultural property theft is just one of them. So, as I said, I don't want to speak for ages about the context, but the scale and a question mark, the scale, I'm going to quote a private detective who told me many years ago, and I'm quoting, "It's all bullshit." Without lots of clear statistics, how do we know? Okay, but we know a lot happens. So a private detective in England and Wales explained to me, so there was very heavy likelihood that when a bank job went down, the police had inside information. So this is in the 1990s. People would be shot, criminals would be shot. They actually then looked for other soft targets and they picked on art and antiques. And potentially, heritage and cultural property crime are still soft targets, especially in certain locations. When it comes to Brazil, the head of a museum told me, unfortunately in Brazil, the thefts are systematic. And again, they will choose specific locations, such as disused palaces, country estates. A loss adjusters told me it can be put to use as collateral, which is the theory that quite a lot of artwork is used as collateral for drugs and guns, etc. operations. Another private art detective explained to me, it's found that art is being used as a currency to fund other forms of criminal behavior. So lots of people in this room know this, but it's how do the police then react to this? One more quick example is in the top left in Brazil. This is a beautiful city called Ouro Preto in Minas Gerais. And 60% of art, of religious art in this state is no longer in the place it was originally meant to be. So 60%. So one crime gang was going around, crime gang from Sao Paulo, was going around that state and then moving it around. There will be a bit of a happy ending at the end of this, I promise you, linked to these people. The people at the bottom right are another crime family, this time from England, called the Johnson family, who committed one of the biggest robberies in the history of Britain, which was a £60 million robbery that included lots of art and other antiques. They were involved in lots of other activities, such as ATM, stealing ATMs, lots of other violent crimes. And the bottom left, it's difficult for you to see, but this is related to a 1986 theft from a house called Rusborough House near Dublin. This house has been targeted 4 times, and people stealing art and antiquities 4 times from this place. And on this diagram from Met Police, Metropolitan Police in London, you can see on the lines it says money, stolen works of art, illicit drugs. And the cities are Oslo, Frankfurt, London, Antwerp, Luxembourg, Istanbul, Limassol, Marbella, Antigua, Dublin, and the Isle of Man. Very happy to talk more about this later, but the names of the places and what happens in those places shows how the different pieces of art stolen ended up being used. So when I talked about crime groups and criminal entrepreneurs in these crime groups, it's really important to also focus on the fact that there's lots of criminal entrepreneurs in this world. Some people may disagree with my use of this term criminal entrepreneurs for some of these people, and I'm very happy to have a good discussion about it. So there's lots of insiders who work at heritage and cultural property locations. And in Brazil, England and Wales, France and Italy, insider thefts particularly happen at some specific locations, such as museums, country houses, churches, outdoor locations with heritage and cultural property, for example, statues, and cultural sites. So it's criminal entrepreneurs looking for these weaknesses and people who work at these places enabling it to happen. Also, receivers or fences. So in London, according to a loss adjuster, stolen art can be handed onto a fence within an hour. There's also people who work in art, antiques and antiquities markets. Okay, and I'll mention a bit later this term of crimes of the streets. So the criminological term, you know, the corporate suites. Basically, you stick on a nice suit, you can get away with a lot of things. And this world in particular. Also the buyers of heritage and cultural property. So as Marc mentioned and different people have mentioned today, this use of techniques of neutralization. I'm different, I can have it, you know, I'll look after it. All of this kind of neutralization. So just very quickly, some of the different reasons why crime groups are drawn to stealing heritage and cultural property include financial opportunities, for example, to sell on the stolen heritage and cultural property. If they can't sell it on, they may leave it somewhere. So Dulwich Art Gallery in South East London, a Rembrandt has been stolen 4 times and they've got it back 4 times. Also to use for ransoms and rewards, so kind of cases of art napping. Also to use as currency and collateral in illicit markets, which I've mentioned before. Also importantly, as I mentioned before, it's the reduced chances for detection and less danger than other illicit activities. This at least is the perception of lots of crime groups. So less dangerous, less chance of detection, opportunity to do reconnaissance of locations. It can be going into someone's private house, pretending you're selling something, going into a country house where basically in this area you can do lots of research and you're allowed to. In lots of places it's free to do it. Lack of regulation in the art market, which I'm going to keep talking about, or in different markets. Kudos. Okay, so for example, there's the hierarchy of victims based on Niels Christie's excellent work in the past. You know, lots of people go, so what? These are rich people losing art. So what? There's bigger things, without understanding necessarily the impact of it to society. Then you've got a lack of public policing attention, makes it attractive as well. You've also got in some countries the potential for a reduced sentence if you hand back stolen cultural property. So within the different areas of the policing, the big question, which again, policing academics will spend a whole conference having a good argument, then go for a drink about, is who should the police be? How much involvement should they have in lots of activities? To even throw out some questions from some people, do we actually need the police? And if so, the public police, and if so, why and in what ways? In my work, I follow Hufnagel's idea that not seeking a one-size-fits model, so learning from differences. For example, in England and Wales, so I'm from England, as you might have guessed, you know, they're never going to have over 300 officers like the Carabinieri. So there's no point me sitting here going, we need this has to happen. It's not even me being pragmatic. It's just not going to happen. Also, it's important to be aware of the challenges in comparative research. So O'Neill, de Mallard and Van Steden have written about the international comparative research brings with it unique challenges and shortcomings. So I'm very clear that my research has lots of limitations. I'm talking and interviewing specific people at specific times. Sometimes the people who talk to me have motives for talking to me. You know, so I have to be skeptical about what I'm hearing, but also what then my research, once it's been published, about its truth. So to look at some areas of the public policing, so lots of you already know about these different areas, but having done research, it's worth me just covering some of these. So in Italy, we've got the Carabinieri squad, which, as you'll hear throughout today, and you've already heard, are an exemplar of how to do lots of the policing. So with over 300 officers and different units across the country with its headquarters in Rome. Then in Brazil, you've got one specific unit, and I'll explain a bit more about this in a minute. And they've got representatives in each state. In France, you've got the OCBC unit, and that has normally between 25 to 30 officers at any time. And it's a mixture of the gendarmerie and the police nationale officers. In England and Wales, we've got one unit in the London Metropolitan Police Service, which currently has 4 officers plus 1 civilian. And that's actually a well-staffed unit compared to the past. And with possibly the biggest art market in Europe, for me, it's not enough, but the people in that unit do lots of really, really good work. But the issue is capacity. So how do they do the policing? So there's lots more on this, and I'm happy to share my publications with people afterwards, send me links, etc., etc. One key way is about intelligence gathering. So it's about proactive policing, the use of databases. So both the French and the Italians have their own database, the Leonardo database and the Trema database, and they actively look to recover items. So it's, even though it is reactive, they're proactively policing. Also, an important aspect is intelligence sharing. And obviously, the more officers you have in each unit, the more capacity for intelligence sharing you have. It's pretty obvious. Also, this sharing is nationally and internationally. Also, informally and formally. And the informal for me is really important. So in this room right now, we've got people from different police forces, and they will be talking to each other. And it's that informal sharing. And, for example, unfortunately in England and Wales, the unit doesn't have the resources often to come to events like this, which I think is a real shame. Also working with other agencies, for example, the OCBC work with Serasco, who do lots of the research and policing of organized crime, and also with the private sector. So, for example, insurance companies. Working with other countries, as I've said, and importantly, training and educating the public, but also private sector agencies, organizations and companies, and importantly, the public. So even just simple crime prevention techniques on a police website can make a big difference. Something as simple as taking a picture of your property. It may sound really obvious, but it's the simple things like this can make a big difference. And also promoting their work. So on television and exhibitions. So the Carabinieri, they have a media team that goes around Italy. You know, I can remember going to a conference in Italy, I turn on the television, the Carabinieri are there with a documentary. You know, that's just random that they were there. That doesn't happen in most countries. So it then becomes in people's heads the importance of it. In England and Wales, it's very different, and I'm going to do a very short kind of summary of it because it can sound a lot more complicated than it is. And as I said, I'm happy to share work I've done on it. So a loss adjuster told me when I said, and who polices art and antiquities, heritage and cultural property in the UK? He just said, and who polices it? Certainly insurers do. They're the key driver in the policing in England and Wales. An art detective said they are the main driver in crime prevention today. That's where people are getting their crime prevention advice from. And one aspect I've used is this nodal governance framework in which, in comparison to some, especially continental European police forces, in England and Wales, it's this aspect of the private and the public sector working together. And for pragmatic reasons and for financial reasons, it does work to some extent. But there are issues with this, the most being that in England and Wales, the public policing approach is the criminal first, the recovery second, whereas the private policing approach is the opposite, which has issues because, for example, a private art detective said, recovery of the masterpiece is the important thing. And I get that. We all want those masterpieces or other pieces of art to be returned. But does that then stop criminal entrepreneurs from thinking, okay, you know, I haven't been arrested for this. It's an opportunity still. It's soft. And so Fincham back in 2013 wrote, so long as we're just concerned about recoveries and returning art, the criminals who are stealing our collective cultural heritage are going to continue. And ultimately he was right, because it continues to happen. So in Brazil, there's one unit, as I said, but they only deal with crimes that are related to heritage and cultural property objects and locations that are actually registered as in the public interest. So if something which has not been registered in the public interest is stolen, then the civil police normally deal with that. So it could be, for example, a Picasso that may not actually come under the unit's remit. So a lack of resources is the key issue in Brazil. It's the issue all around the world. But when I did interviews in Brazil, this was the constant conversation. And it's frustrating for the people who work in the organizations because they have the tools and lots of good processes to actually make it work well. And they end up being stymied and stopped from doing it by the lack of capacity and money. As with most other police forces, much more focus is on other illicit activities. So, for example, Brazil has a big challenge of having the third longest border in the world, and their focus is more on guns, tobacco smuggling, illicit drug smuggling, than heritage and cultural property, which does make sense when you look at it. However, when they are linked, that's when sometimes that thought process then falls down. Because, as I'm going to say in a little bit and show you some examples, it's often the Achilles heel of criminals, heritage and cultural property crime is, because they make mistakes with it. They often steal, for example, in London, criminals have gone into a house and they haven't stolen a modern art piece, which is worth millions, but they took a kind of a seascape, which is worth about £20,000, because they thought, well, this modern art piece, that may be embarrassing. I don't know if it's worth anything. So it's this lack of knowledge. Okay, a key aspect is why people do the policing, or why they might not do the policing. So Baki wrote about governing takes place through particular problematizations. And you can go back, if you're interested, in work by people such as Foucault about how you create a problem and why you create a problem. So in countries such as Italy, heritage and cultural property crime is created to be a problem. So it keeps being problematized. In England and Wales, despite London being the biggest art market in Europe, it's not problematized. And that is an active process of not problematizing it. A lot of it is also influenced nationally and internationally. So soft power. For example, if you're Italian in this room right now, you know, if I were Italian, I'd be feeling pretty good. You know, we're doing a good job here, and everyone's telling me we're good at this. If you come from, for example, Belgium, you may be thinking, wow, okay, I hope no one talks about Belgium today, okay? And it's that difference. So it's soft power. It's a good way to do it. And that often gets lost within it. Also, there's also the fact that plural policing is not always welcomed on a continent. I'm not going to give a history of policing, but that is one aspect, and Terpstra's work is very interesting on this. Whereas in England and Wales, policing, private policing, is much more welcomed. And linked to what I've said about soft power, it's the symbolic power. So the Carabinieri are very good at highlighting that, you know, we're here for you. This is about your property. Whereas in some countries such as the US and England and Wales, and this links to the ownership, it's like, no, this is, you know, what's in the ground in my garden is mine, thanks. In other countries, no, it's not, okay? It's owned by the country. So that's linked to the Constitution as well. Also the fact of impact. So OCBC officer told me, when you show up with the blue lights, it has an impact. Quite a simple phrase, but in other countries, if people know the blue lights may not come, then, you know, they're encouraged. It's about opportunity again. So as I said, it's about continuing to frame and reframe the problem. So when I spoke to the OCBC officer, he mentioned about this. He said, you know, it's tiring. I have to keep reframing it. I have to keep making it a problem. And he kept saying to me, you know, this is all a bit of a nightmare. You know, we've only got 25 to 30 officers. I have to keep asking for more money. And then he kind of smiled at me coming from England and Wales. And he said, well, you know, it's all relative. But that shows the aspect of it. There's also wider political issues. So, for example, in Brazil right now, as in most countries in the world, there's culture wars happening. And in Brazil, far-right politicians use the discourses of crime not to protect cultural heritage, but actually to attack the cultural heritage. And they used it saying, this isn't important. This is kind of stuff of the left, which, you know, let's take politics out of it. The protection of heritage and cultural property is important for everyone. And also, lastly, I've just written money, okay? As I banged on about, money is key. So money talks. So very quickly about prioritization. So for example, this horrible incident happened in England and Wales. It was in London, close to where I live actually, in 2017, in July, when 72 people unfortunately died in this fire. There's been no prosecutions yet, but that's another story. But for a year, all 4 officers from the Art and Antiques Unit, which covers the whole of England and Wales, were seconded to this investigation. So for a year, there wasn't a unit, which, you know, for a country of my country's size, was a phenomenal thing to happen. So it shows the priority is not high. I won't talk about prioritization in Brazil because of time, but it hasn't been a priority. It's becoming more of a priority again. Now they have a new president, and they've actually recreated the Ministry of Culture, which the former president decided there was no need for a Ministry of Culture because, well, that's a long story, but it was bizarre. So a couple of lessons which I'm going to share with you. And if I just go through these quite quickly, apologies, but I will try to stick to time. So lessons from Italy and France: the crimes could be problematized more by experts. This can be by looking back as well as the present future. You can go back and look at specific cases and go, look what happened. It doesn't all need to be about what's happening right now. Promote the policing more. So the promo police, you know, find ways to have exhibitions, find ways to get on television. Prioritize the policing more, especially in terms of intelligence and in sharing of intelligence. A central point of contact is needed. So even if you only have one person in your country who represents a unit, that is better than none. I know that's quite depressing. So a few more here, such as legislation. So changing that, for example, making sure scrap cannot be sold for cash, but it has to be sold through different means. So there's a record. I won't go into this, but I'm happy to explain this. This was when this painting was stolen in 1974, and I was asked to go on television, and instead of talking about the fact that it was part of an art napping to try and release 2 prisoners, they wanted me to talk about the fact that a psychic detective had helped find it. And ultimately I said no, but it shows the lack of severity that media think about it. So as I said about Achilles' heels, okay, so I'll finish with this. So these people looking for opportunities around the world for crime, a private art detective said it took so long for police to do anything. This is in England and Wales. Drugs, armed robberies, thefts, violent crimes. Achilles' heel was art. Police should have realized this long ago. So this is this crime family, the Johnsons, who ended up being arrested, and it's because of the art theft, the heritage and cultural property theft, not their other crimes. So another group, Rathkill Rovers, who were doing the rhino thefts as well, that was because of the art theft that they were done for. The jade, it was items of jade. And similarly to the people who were stealing religious art in Brazil. So heritage and cultural property crimes do not have to be a policing priority. You know, I would love it to be. It should be in my head. But being pragmatic, it doesn't have to be. But they need to be seen as part of wider crimes and seen as an opportunity for the public police to tackle crime groups and their wider activities. And the last thing I'll say today is, the artist Degas once said, art is not what you see, but what you make others see. Heritage and cultural property theft is often viewed by potential criminals as having a low risk of punishment, and this isn't helped by the media representations of the crimes. And ultimately, this must change. And this is part of what we can all do. So I'll stop there. There's, as you can see, and thank you for flicking through the slides, there's more. I'm happy to share these slides with all of you, and I'm happy to be in communication and explain more about what I was covering. But thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, John, for your presentation. I think we have now 15 minutes for questions and debates. Whoever wants to start. Any questions in the room first, and then we'll have a look at the questions online.
Now we're there? Yeah. It's working? Okay. Well, I can tell you, John, that for Belgium, they're back in business now. So you can change your presentation. Thanks to, because there are, this year, at half year, there are the chair of Europe, and they had organized CultNet meeting. And because of that, but also because of what's happening in, for example, the academic world in Ghent. Ghent, the criminology department, they start GRACE. It's an initiative of the university, and it gives so much, well, things in public that, well, the police started again with a small department with some people. So I think that's the good news too.
Yeah, and I think part of today is about trying to be optimistic, as Mark started this morning, because there's lots to be depressed about, but I think it's finding some optimism. Because, for example, I think it was 2022 when the Belgium unit stopped. You know, the idea of and this was even though there were apparent links to terrorism funding and different aspects, to close a unit, even if it is small, like one person, is, you know, this is an unacademic term, but bonkers. You know, you need to have, every country needs to have a unit, you know, understanding the capacity issues. But so it's great news, and it also shows what can be done by, you know, for example, the academics, again, they do great work, and it shows how that can happen. And also by police in other countries, for example, the Netherlands. I'm sure your successes have had an impact on Belgium, as they'll be looking over the border going, okay, we're not doing that. So thank you for that.
Any other questions in the room? There and then, oh, well, you have the mic there. The mic is there. Oh, no, I'm just taking that.
No se oye, ¿eh?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, John, for this very interesting view on linking different businesses, cultural heritage, trafficking, or whatever, with other. We are in a project, this RITHMS project, and from European Software Institute, busy with the technical part of getting a lot of open source intelligence information, trying to get these chunks of information and build a knowledge graph, and at the end of the day, discover the actors in this ecosystem of trafficking. The point is that this information is very fragmented, I would say, and most of the actors, they do not appear in the public, in any blogs or news or about auctions and many other things. However, as you mentioned, they might be involved in other type of criminal activities, and they may appear like collateral business to this type of cultural heritage trafficking. What is the chance that through other businesses they have, they will appear like in a blogs or social networks or other open source intelligence data, and then we can get association with that? Do we need to follow these activities there and try to link to the cultural heritage trafficking?
I mean, it's a really good question, and For example, in northeast London, there was a crime family called the Adams family. And when he used to run, not as fun as the actual, TV Adams family, but well, a lot less fun. When he was arrested, Terry Adams, his house had lots of stolen art inside. So there is the potential to kind of, yes, you can use it from the way of stopping the theft and then linking it that way, but also the other way of arresting someone for other acts of kind of organized crime and then relating it to when, they're often found with stolen heritage and cultural property, then linking it back to that, to then their other activities. So there is definitely an opportunity. And the thing is also lots of heritage and cultural property, it's physical. I know lots these days is online, but there's evidence there that item has been stolen. Whereas with other aspects of what they're doing, there's less evidence because there isn't that physical evidence. So very much so.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yep. No. Yep. Thank you, John, for your presentation. It contains many most inspiring points. Let me please focus the attention on one of them. Well, there is a perspective in the literature that surfaces time and again, or sometimes, I would say, that seem to be a bit post-colonial. I'm not saying that it is post-colonial, that it aims to be a post-colonial, but sometimes it resembles a post-colonial perspective, essentially saying, well, you know what? In global South countries, they are not doing things well because they don't care down there, or they don't have capacities, and corruption is widespread, and there is no institutional continuity, and, so on and so on. And I love that you have presented the case of Brazil, and you have shown that actually the real explanation is much more, I would say, nuanced, and that there are many other types of factors operating there and explaining why in certain countries things are not going in the right direction. I don't know whether you share this perspective or not, or the thing that we cannot say simply that in certain countries things are not working well, because we all know that down there they are like they are.
Well, yeah, and it's very important not to do the kind of patronizing global north, you're not doing it well. For a start, in many cases in England and Wales, and I keep saying England and Wales because that's one specific policing area. Scotland and Northern Ireland are different policing areas. We're not doing it well. And so, even if I wanted to be the patronizing British person going, this is how to do it, I would look very stupid, So I think that's a key aspect. One other key aspect, which I didn't talk about much today, if at all, is the fact that the markets are criminogenic. So the markets create crime. And, it's not just me saying this, it's consistent in the literature. And the Brazilian art and antiquities market, similar to other countries, is criminogenic. So lots of the post-colonial art from Peru and Bolivia goes through Brazil. And the market adapts itself the same way the markets in Europe adapt themselves. And it does come down to people in suits just saying everything's okay, and also how much do you actually want to look into a world where lots of it is very dirty. Lots of fakes, lots of stolen art. There's different criminologists doing really good work highlighting at the different auction houses, and you'll see their names pop up occasionally. And, we didn't realize, we did check, but it just happened to occur. We've taken it off sale. And I agree with this, that the market is criminogenic, and that much more focus needs to be on the demand for these items, because they help create this opportunity for different criminal entrepreneurs to act.
Thank you. I think, are there more questions in the room? If not, I think we have a couple of questions in the chat.
Well, not really. There are more comments than questions.
No, there's not. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's a question from Pia.
And another from Richard.
Yeah. Let's see if I can. Yeah, Pia wonders if the art loss register utilization is free for public authorities.
As far as I know, you have to pay, and this goes to the kind of privatization of policing in England and Wales, and the lack of sharing, because you've got a money-based organization, Art Loss Register, who, you know, really good motives. They're trying to find art, and they do, you know, heritage and cultural property, but they're making money. So they're not going to start sharing all of their information with different databases, and also public databases from different countries like the Trema, Leonardo. They have to be careful about actually being involved with private enterprises as well. But short answer is you have to pay.
And we have 1 minute for one.
No, sorry, there's another.
For one final question here. Yeah, from Richard van Hersen. Yeah, that one. So basically, this person says, "Hi, John. Thank you for a great presentation. My question would be, from a plural policing perspective, what do you think the main obstacle is to public-private cooperation against art crime today?"
Okay, so thank you, Richard, and I hope you're well. And that's an unfair question when I've got 30 seconds to wrap up. But it is very complicated in the sense of the financial aspects of it. So however much different people cooperate, it's, for example, with insurers, if people don't have insurance, there's a gap. Where do they get the crime prevention advice? How does that work? So there's lots of different gaps, and that's probably not a good answer, but I'm trying to keep it short. But Richard, I'll happily jump on a call with you soon and give you a better answer, hopefully.
So now we begin the third session, intersections between trafficking in cultural property and organized crime. And we have as first speaker, Arianna Visconti from the Catholic University of Sacred Heart in Italy, speaking about trafficking networks and the rise of art and antiquities e-commerce. How organized is cultural property crime today? That's the question. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Patricia, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me. So thank you again, Patricia Faraldo Cabana. Thanks to Arianna Treviglia, and thanks to all the speakers of the morning, because I learned so much. And probably I will be able also to go quite quickly over some points because we happened to have already discussed them. Thanks. Starting, I'm not sure, I cannot command them, or I can command the slides. Okay, it works. So, okay, there, okay, thank you. It's no surprise the increase in e-commerce, also of trafficked antiquities and artworks that was mentioned just a few moments ago, because in general we know that e-commerce is growing steadily. It has been growing steadily. So in general, the open market for artworks and antiquities online has been growing. These are the most recent data, general data that I was able to collect. You can see that there was a peak during the pandemic years, but even afterwards, the trend keeps rising. So sales online of artworks and antiquities as a whole are increasing. And next, please. This explains why this has become a growing concern for international bodies policing the digital marketplaces for antiquities trafficking, artworks and antiquities trafficking. I'm not going through this list that is by no means complete, probably, but is just to give you an idea of how long the main international institutions dealing under different respects with trafficking have been worried about online trafficking of artworks and antiquities. Maybe at the end, if I'll have the time, I'll enter into some details about the policy suggestions of these documents. But the interesting thing to note even now is that they are just suggestions. These are all soft law tools, non-binding tools. These are all recommendations, even the provisions in the Nicosia Convention that was mentioned several times are in Article 20, so the part about the recommendations. Next, please. When it comes to policing digital marketplaces, obviously there are several big challenges. Some have been highlighted in the previous sessions. One that probably was not mentioned is how quick, how rapid exchanges are on the web. So in these marketplaces, objects are easily sold and shipped before the suspicious item can be discovered and even more seized by law enforcement agencies. And this same rapidity of online exchanges contributes to erode the customers' possible attention to issues of legitimacy of provenance of what is traded in online. And even more so considering that online sales, as I hope to be able to discuss, have opened the market to quite a broader number of prospective, lower budget, lower experience prospective buyers with no knowledge whatsoever about art or antiquities, and who are not only more easily duped into buying fakes and forgeries, which is another problem in the online market, the mixture of what is true but illegal and what is forged. But this kind of customer also usually shows even less appetite than the really very low usual standard for provenance documentation. So in a way, the gray market for antiquities can be even grayer on the internet. Mackenzie was evoked several times in this last work, Trafficking Culture. He and his colleagues have demonstrated that not only provenance information for items sold on the internet is really minimal, but also, and this is quite a paradox, that, and I'm quoting, poorly provenanced and unprovenanced objects consistently command higher prices than objects with a pre-1970 provenance in internet sales. In general, the features of online interaction, and specifically the features of e-commerce, contribute on their own to this increasing grayness of the market for artworks and antiquities, especially online. Another feature is the additional problems for investigation and prosecution stemming not only from the increasing transnationality of transactions made possible by the internet, but also by the prevailing principle of irresponsibility or reduced responsibility for online platforms operating as intermediaries. It was briefly mentioned before, as well as another problem is the anonymity or pseudonymity. And this is not only an investigative problem, but it is a criminological problem. It is a criminogenic feature. Feeling anonymous increases the likelihood of committing a crime, obviously. So next, please. So very briefly, where are these cultural objects sold online? Basically everywhere. So obviously there are the usual, in a way, marketplaces, both business to consumers, online dealers, online auction houses. They may have a physical storefront or be just sellers that operate online. And then there are the consumer-to-consumer businesses like eBay, Craigslist, or the many others that exist. But we also know from the research that we have that basically all social networks on social media are involved to some extent. So Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, whatever, messaging apps, online forums also. Actually, for marketplaces that just intermediate consumer-to-consumer sales, it must be said that probably the rule in the art and antiquities online trade is sometimes, or appears to be sometimes, somewhat in decline. It's big, but to some extent is not as big as it could be, mostly probably because of two features. They do not allow for the establishment of relationships of trust. And in fact, this is one of the reasons they are riddled with fakes. Even as far as in 2009, an eBay analysis by Charles Stanish concluded that the 30% of Andean artifacts offered for sale were grossly forged replicas, 5% could be considered authentic, and 65% were extremely ambiguous objects. Besides, some of these platforms like eBay have entered into at least pilot projects to cooperate with law enforcement agencies or in general to reduce trafficking, placing banners or monitoring the trade. So social networks and social media may be exploited in different ways, one of which is to showcase cultural goods to then move for more private transactions on a messaging app like WhatsApp or Telegram, benefiting from the end-to-end encryption. And private groups on social networks and messaging apps are also useful in this case to establish long-term relationship between actors in the illicit trade. So relationship of mutual trust capable of reinforcing or enlarging a network, a trafficking network. Especially in countries where policing of crimes against cultural heritage is poor because of a lack of resources or very vast territory, we have seen that even online forums, for instance, forums of metal detectorists or other communities, are exploited to trade cultural items or establish business relationships. Next, please. But what all these online sale channels that I've mentioned have in common is noticeably that their regular and continual use testifies to the lack of need to recurring to the dark web to trade cultural objects online. And in fact, there is consensus, as far as I know, that there is no big evidence that the darknet is used in any significant measure to trade antiquities or artworks or collectibles illegally trafficked, probably because of two main reasons. First, there is no need. It's not so easy to be caught and sanctioned if you are trading in the open. So why use a tool that is the darknet that requires certain technical competencies, specific browsers? Besides, people are not searchable, so you need to know beforehand where to go to buy this. You cannot advertise so very well. You're not able to reach such big number of prospective buyers. So on a balance, probably no need, and it's better to keep using the open web. Next, please. As for the objects, the cultural objects that are most sold online, okay, as far as we know, this should be a permanent warning, as far as we know, but obviously smaller collectibles, which are the most affordable for the larger public and the most easily transported and shipped, appear to constitute the bulk of cultural objects traded online. Online marketplaces and social media used as marketplaces or showcases also cater to some peculiar collectionism niches, which are possibly becoming less tolerated in the mainstream antiquity markets, such as human remains. Maybe it may become more difficult to sell human remains in a shop, but online, for instance, recently, a trafficking of human remains was discovered and analyzed on Instagram. So it could be a good solution for this kind of market niches. For bigger artifacts or for more specific requests, such as certain kind of manuscripts or ancient books or specific memorabilia or the like, the possibility to also agree on loot-to-order operations which are offered by social media can be appealing also to criminal. There was a study that was published in 2019 by the other project that showed the usefulness of Facebook private groups to perform loot-to-order operation. A collector or a dealer, for instance, may post images of the kind of articles he is looking for and get an answer from prospective to-be looters, and then they can show evidence that they were able to procure those articles. So next slide, please. To go to the core question, I'll go very quickly about the organization of traditional physical world trafficking, because it was dealt with already this morning, and we have already seen how mostly this is a world that is dominated by networks. It was mentioned at the big debate in general in criminology about what exactly organized crime is. So what organized crime is in the field of trafficking. But probably, as Mackenzie, Ditzler, and others stressed, we don't need to enter into this debate so much, because it's the market that is both organized and criminal. And these are networks that can be very fluid, even if very well organized. So basically, we can trust in a 4-stage model to explain this trafficking, starting with the procurement, and then with transit and facilitation, to end with the final placing on the market and the buyers of the cultural items. What is mostly acknowledged by scholars is that trafficking involves a network of people, usually transnational in nature, possibly spanning many different countries, so as to be able to take advantage also of regulatory gaps. Organized criminal groups, in the classical or common sense meaning of the definition, can be part of this network, even if they are not necessarily a part of it. And individual interaction may change on a case-by-case basis based on opportunity. So from a purely legal perspective, it may be easier for such networks or for portions of these networks to fit into the quite broad definition of organized criminal group set in Article 2 of the United Nations Conventions against Transnational Crime, rather than into more restrictive national definitions, criminal law definitions of organized crime. And anyway, the applicability of these legal definitions must be assessed on a case-by-case basis. Next, please. Anyway, the stages in which more frequently we got evidence of the involvement of organized criminal groups were the second stage, so the smuggling stage, that often see the involvement of people opportunistically smuggling different kinds of items, and sometimes in the field. So the looters, the diggers, may be more easily organized. But it's also to be stressed, as for instance Campbell did in this paper, that when we have evidence of the involvement of people from organized crime syndicates, we should distinguish between organized involvement and personal involvement of these individuals, because even in Italy, in many cases, the activity of also dealing with cultural property was a collateral personal activity of a person that was also attached to an organized crime group. Now, when it comes nowadays to the trafficking networks, next, please. This is just a comparison of the results of applying algorithms to the graphic representation of networks, both traditional networks. The first one is the Cordata, the most known network, Medici, Becchina, and the others, and to online networks of people mostly dealing, for instance, this one is through Facebook groups. To go into any detail is beyond the scope of my presentation and far beyond my competencies. So the only thing worth noticing is that even these studies made applying these new research strategies and new technologies confirm these structure as networks more than traditional organized criminal groups. But online trafficking, next please, is affected by a more general phenomenon of new social media, social networks, and online interaction, that is disintermediation. So, of course, there will be always some physical, real-world bottlenecks, the procurement, the thief that works on the ground, the looter, the digger that works on the ground, and then also the shipment, the delivery to the end buyer, and for the high-end deals, probably also the authentication, because you are not going to spend a lot of money in something without physically assessing its authenticity. Also, probably second stage intermediaries, as far as we know, are the most likely to remain relevant, as shipping from a country different from the source one, possibly a market country, appears preferable, less suspects are rising. But what is true for sure is that intermediaries of all ranks at all stages can be cut dramatically. And we have evidence that in some instances, the thieves or the looters, the diggers, are able to sell directly to buyers through contacts online. Maybe they establish contact through a private group on a social network and then continue the transaction through messaging apps. In general, so the networks are likely to become even looser and with a lower, smaller number of intermediaries, because they are not needed so many intermediaries anymore. Next, please. And then to conclude with some further data that we can gather from the research we have now on online trafficking, which are the other changes. The possibility of disintermediation opened by online marketplaces have reduced the barriers at entry for both businesses and consumers. So both sellers and buyers may now come from a much broader range of socioeconomic backgrounds. They need fewer means to enter into the market. It has become more profitable a trade in low value and high volume artifacts. It has become easier, more lucrative. You now have margins where once you did not have for items with such a small market value for each item, which also means that possibly minor archaeological sites or minor cultural institutions that previously were not worth being looted or robbed may become attractive targets for criminals. Also, it was mentioned before, in certain areas, metal detectoring has become a very lucrative secondary activity for people that previously were not involved in the trafficking. Even because individual investment in technical equipment repays quickly by selling online or to messaging apps. We have already mentioned how loot to order has become a thing, thanks to internet. And the other worrying issue is that this kind of quickest, easier sharing on the web has made the spreading of criminal techniques and neutralization easier and quicker. So people who probably would never have got involved in the looting or in the trafficking because they were not the sons or nephews of Tombaroli or anyway people physically contacted by these criminals, now enter the trade. They get engaged in metal detectorist forums or other online groups. They learn the techniques. They learn also, for instance, which are the softer targets, which are the corruptible public officers, which are the best techniques to smuggle something abroad. And besides, they also learn easily neutralizations about the meaning of what they are doing. So this kind of spreading of criminal socialization has become easier, quicker than what was possible before, where learning from another criminal physical was your only option. So to conclude, the last slide, please. There are some policy suggestions that we can also gather from the international documents that I mentioned before. And once again, this is by no means an exhaustive list, but there is a consensus about some strategies to improve monitoring measures specific for online art and antiquities markets. I saw in the slides by the Carabinieri TPC that was mentioned the SWOTS project. It was not discussed, but this is an example. Also, another suggestion that keeps returning is to adopt specific legal measures for expedite seizure of suspicious cultural objects that are identified on the web, and to improve involvement of online platforms of social media, incorporating both in the prevention and in the suppression. In the prevention, for instance, in terms of changes to terms of services or introduction of banners for buyers and sellers, or suppression reporting. So structured reporting of suspicious items that are sold on the platforms. And then there are the awareness raising campaigns for the broader public of internet users And the other side is all that refers to the digitalization of both cultural property, so cultural property in our cultural institution or in private hands, and improvement in the interoperability of the national databases of stolen or missing cultural property in general. This is suggested especially in the European Union action plans and the reports that have been presented to support this action plan, the development of digital traceability of cultural property, especially the one legally circulating or apparently legally circulating in the European Union market, that can provide a paper trail, also in case something is discovered, to have an illegal origin later on, and in any way to distinguish between what has a clear legal origin and what has not. So this is basically all because I was asked to provide an overview. So I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arianna. We have now time for some questions. Do we have some questions online?
Yeah, well, we have a question that was made for the table before, but I think it fits very well this table, but you already answered in some extent. But Florence Casenay asked, what could be done by the e-art platforms trade like ArtPrice, Katawiki, or other platforms by themselves to enforce the control over illicit trade in cultural goods?
Well, there are different strategies. For instance, Facebook, after that report that I mentioned was published in 2019, changed the terms of service. So added antiquities and artworks to the list of objects that cannot be traded, especially if they have an illegal origin. And they also took down the posts. So when people post this material and their moderator find out, they take down these posts. And that was anyway criticized to some extent because, okay, having a proactive approach to policing the platform may prevent illicit deals taking place on that platform. It may just make people go on other platforms. And on the other hand, it may suppress evidence. So sometimes the image of those items that appear on the platform are the only evidence that they were looted. So moderation can be a solution, but probably in a less standardized form. Another tool is the use of disclaimers and banners, especially to raise the awareness of the sellers. I don't think there are so many good faith sellers in this case, but of the buyers. So take a moment, consider what you are buying. Ask for proof, not only of authenticity, but of provenance, and maybe remember that a declaration by the seller is not proof of provenance and of authenticity. Of course, we know how important self-policing by the platform is, but it cannot be enough. Can't be enough.
Thank you. Another question in the public here? Online?
There is another question.
And then another one there.
There is another, if there is any figure for how much, if any, impact loot to order has on total trafficking volume?
In general, we have a big problem with figures in this field. The dark figure is the prevailing figure. So even the most repeated idea that trafficking in cultural goods is the third largest trafficking is just a factoid. The problem is we don't know. So obviously we cannot know how prevalent loot to order is. What we can know is that, yes, these kind of online exchanges make it easier to perform. So we can be reasonably sure that it has grown in comparison with the past. How frequent it is, we cannot know at present.
Thank you, Riccardo.
Just a curiosity, thanks, Arianna.
One moment. We need to give you the microphone.
Okay. Yeah, sure. According to the data available online, there are channels exclusively devoted to cultural trafficking, or are mixture channel, so devoted to cultural trafficking, trafficking cultural objects, or an other kind of trafficking, and are the criminal organizations deeply involved in these channels, or is a hand smuggling of single people that decided to traffic objects? Thank you.
For instance, in the case of the ATER report, it analyzed Facebook groups, private groups on Facebook, mostly Arab-speaking people. They were not exclusively focused on antiquities trafficking, but it was quite a frequent subject of these groups. In other cases, the conversation comes up in the midst of broader conversations. So, for instance, forums about metal detectoring as a hobby also can host discussions about how to look for antiquities which can be sold on the market even if it's forbidden to look for them or excavate them. In the majority of cases, these are very fluid networks. So there are many, many individuals that maybe just exchange information or establish business relationship for that trade that can be renewed in time for another interesting deal in future. Then, of course, for instance, in the case of the other report, there were data about people with sure links with Islamic terrorist groups on the ground. But even in that case, it appeared not to be a systematically organized activity by the Islamic State. Mostly they asked for a tax on any kind of smuggling activity on the territory, so even that activity. And then there were individuals that, as it always happened in this context, provided either personally or for their subgroup to have another source of money to buy weapons or the likes. So it's a very, very fluid situation. We cannot generalize, I assume.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you to the organizer, and thank you for inviting me. For me, it's such an honor to be here and such an honor to be here among experts on a very peculiar topic and prominent topic right now. Thank to Branda, to Patricia, to Cristina. I know that organized my trip from Palermo to here was not so easy, so thank you very much, because I'm glad to be here. So I have to make 2 points. I arrived at studying the trafficking in cultural property, moving from the study of trafficking in the Mediterranean Sea. So I'm not an expert in trafficking in cultural property. Maybe I'm not an expert at all, but I just in the last few years, I started my study about this topic. So the first part of my research, of my talk will be devoted to talk about some result of the last research about this trafficking in the Mediterranean Sea, where we study also the trafficking in cultural property. Second point, I'm a criminal lawyer. I'm a researcher in criminal law. I'm not a criminologist. So obviously, at the end of my obviously the trend of my talk will be on that side. Sorry, Branda, I know that you asked me something different, but I try to stick to the program.
Let's see how it goes.
So, yeah, it's not easy. Perfect. Very brief. These are the project I was referring to. This free project was all focused on the central Mediterranean route, so from Libya to Sicily. And we analyze in this, and this is the key stuff, obviously, and we analyze in this route, we moved from the migrant smuggling, and we decided to analyze migrant smuggling, human trafficking, cigarette smuggling, drug trafficking, and also trafficking in cultural property. We analyzed this kind of trafficking from a criminal law point of view mainly, by making also a comparison not only with other criminal law systems, Germany, Portugal, Spanish, and Greece. And from a criminology point of view, we wanted to underline and to analyze if there were some kind of connection between this illicit trafficking. So the same criminal organization, the same criminal group, the same people traffic people, cigarette, drug, cultural object, or no. Obviously, just in this part of the Mediterranean. We found a partial match of our research hypothesis just in the secondary migrant smuggling routes. Obviously, the main migrant routes in the central Mediterranean Sea is the one from Libya to Sicily. And in this migrant route, there is a very peculiar operational skill, we have to say, maybe, of the smugglers. And so it's quite impossible in this route to smuggle also something different than people, because they leave the major navy boat in the high sea, and then this boat usually don't come back, and so it's impossible to smuggle something different. But there are some kind of route, secondary route, very expensive route, from Tunisia to the west coast of Sicily. Usually this route works as the typical smuggling, so a very fast boat that depart from Tunisia, reach the Sicilian coast, and then in the same day come back to Tunisia. The trip for the migrants obviously is very, very, very expensive if compared to the others. So usually they are quite rich migrants, obviously, if compared to the others. And we found that in this route, there are some connection between migrant smuggling, cigarette smuggling, drug trafficking, and sometimes also some ISIS affiliation. But this is not the topic of today, today conference. Concerning the trafficking in cultural property, in this project, we didn't found any new future, where a lot has been said today, and we found all the future of the trafficking in cultural property also in the cases that we analyzed during our projects. So a very transnational phenomenon, a gray market, an involvement, or a very small involvement of typical criminal organization. Everybody knows Becchina case, obviously. I think that everybody knows that the DIA, the Direzione Investigativa Antimafia, said that Becchina was very close to Matteo Messina Denaro, one of the last boss of Cosa Nostra. So maybe in Becchina case, obviously there was a connection between the trafficking in cultural property and the criminal organization as the mafia type criminal organization. But usually we didn't find this connection. We found some cases that as the typical future of the trafficking in cultural property, such as the one related to the books of Bernardino Telesio, that was taken from the charge of Monreale. Monreale is a very small village close to Palermo that has a wonderful church. I hope that one day you can visit this church. And from this church were taken these books of the 16th century and proving the transnational nature of the trafficking. Thanks to the activity of the Carabinieri, we found that the books were at the Boston Public Library. So the cases that we analyzed were cases that confirm the classical future of the trafficking in cultural property. I just want to underline what already mentioned by Transcrime in the final report 2017, that sometimes trafficking in cultural property present connection with very big organized criminal organization, according to this final report. The final report, final report is a report devoted mainly to the analysis of the trafficking in firearms, but they reported that there is at least one big case in which four main criminal organizations were involved in an exchange of firearms with cultural objects. In fact, according to this report, the high Islamic State needed weapons, and so exchanged weapons with trafficked cultural objects. And were involved the Russian mafia, some Italian mafia, Camorra and 'Ndrangheta, and also the Chinese mafia that was in charge of the shipment, according to this report, obviously. But we didn't find anything like that. I would like just to point this. One problem that is my mainly point here today. When I studied in this project all this trafficking, I thought that it was impossible to find an autonomous criminal policy dedicated to the trafficking. What I mean to say, I'm referring mainly to the Italian legal system, but I think that this is not an argument that, valid just for Italian legal system, but also for other legal system and also for the international cooperation in these criminal matters. Okay, thank you. Every time that we want to face a trafficking, we face it with the means of the provided against the criminal organization. In Italy, this is particularly evident. In Italy, we decided to use the tools against the criminal organization also in the migrant smuggling field, in the human trafficking field, in the drug trafficking field, in the waste trafficking field, in the cigarette smuggling field. And we wanted to do that also during the last reform of the criminal code in the trafficking of cultural property. But we decided to not do that. Why this should be a problem? This could be a problem, in my opinion, because the tools usually provided against organized crime, and I really appreciated the intervention of John Kerr this morning. What is organized crime? When I know that in criminology, organized crime is everything nowadays, but in the criminal law field, when you say organized crime, you are thinking to the criminal association, the big criminal association. So you think to a threat that has to be fight with very incisive instruments. And so in Italy, against organized crime, we have a peculiar set of rules in the criminal procedure system, a peculiar set of rules in the criminal investigation, a peculiar set of rules in the preventing measures. So we have created a different system dedicated just to the fighting against organized crime, and we are extending this system to a huge number of areas. If we provide this system against some dark market where organized crime is evidently active, such as the drug trafficking, okay, if we are starting to extend this set of rules that sacrifice the citizen's right, because it's a sacrifice of citizen right, also in field where the criminal organization, criminal association are not so involved, that could be a problem. And so I think that, especially in this field, trafficking in cultural property, we have the opportunity to elaborate, to start to think to an autonomous set of rules for an autonomous criminal policy against trafficking that is separated from the one thing, from the one provided, envisaged for the criminal organization. Because that criminal policy is good for the criminal organization because the criminal organization is a peculiar threat. The trafficking should require a different set of rules. In my opinion, sure, this could be the field where something can change finally, because for all the futures of the traffic of the cultural market, the cultural property market that today was merged very clearly, because there is no the presence of criminal organization in so evident way, and so we can try to think a new way to counteract against this kind of action, against this trafficking. I don't know if I make clear this point. Obviously, I do not have the time to discuss the first part, so the notion in criminology of organized crime. I just want to say something about this part, because a few minutes ago I said that in Italy we are extending the criminal policy provided for organized crime in all the field of all the other, or in all the field of the various trafficking. I said also that this is not just a peculiar trend in Italy. This is also something that in the international community we try to do thanks to the Palermo Convention. Mm-hmm. The Palermo Convention is a wonderful convention, obviously, but there is nowadays the trend to add more additional protocol to the Palermo Convention. There are obviously, as everyone knows, 3 additional protocols, each dedicated to a different kind of trafficking. The Conference of the Parties for the 2020 HON discuss the possibility to add other additional protocol to the Palermo Convention, and each of these additional protocol was related to another kind of trafficking. And this trend, in my opinion, bring us in the direction of the assimilation between the two criminal policy, the one envisaged for the criminal organization, the one envisaged for the trafficking. There is an overlap. I think that we do not have to follow this road, but we have to follow the road of the Convention of Nicosia, a specified road that allow us to think and create and elaborate a specific criminal policy against the trafficking that is not so dependent by the criminal policy against criminal organization. Sorry.
Sorry about that. I live in the UK, which has terrible Wi-Fi, to the point that a colleague recently and accurately stated that it was better in Ukraine. So yes, I would say one of the reasons that we know that there is conflict financing and terrorist financing with cultural goods is that we know that there has been conflict financing and terrorist financing with cultural goods for an extremely long time. I always say the United Kingdom is always a good example of bad behavior, and it is in this as well. Like more than a century and a half ago, we know that antiquities were being looted, specifically looted to offset the costs of invasions and what we gently phrase as punitive expeditions, where we massacred and burned our way through various countries in Africa and Asia. And our museums still have some of those pieces now, as do some very prominent people within our country. And we can see similar things under other states ever since then. There's a fantastic example from Greece where the resistance knew that Nazi officers were buying antiquities, so they started selling them fakes to finance the resistance. And in recent decades, since the Second World War, we know that there have been a lot of cases in a lot of different structures and formats in a lot of countries around the world. And that includes very organized activity under some armed groups, but also very disorganized activity. So, for example, in Central Africa, when soldiers weren't paid, they would just walk into an unguarded museum, take things out, sell them to local dealers, who then sold them to regional dealers, who then sold them to international dealers. But those kinds of structures where it is either an unwritten policy that soldiers are allowed to pillage, or a more structured form of financing subsidy for fighting, does show that these kinds of cases for conflict financing, terrorist financing do persist and exist. And we know from examples everywhere from Cambodia to Argentina that there are some very structured examples. In Argentina, under the junta, sometimes people who committed disappearances were not paid with cash, but they were given permission to steal or to traffic objects, and which was obviously a very good system for them because it meant there was no paper trail between the people who were committing the assassinations and the people who were ordering them. One of the first places that I looked when I was doing my PhD was Cyprus. And at the time, the evidence was very piecemeal, and a lot of it was a matter of inference. So we knew that there were lots of looters operating in the Turkish Cypriot enclaves, and we knew that a lot of objects were arriving in the free territories under the Greek Cypriot administration. And we knew that there were two lines of fortifications and paramilitary forces between the looters and the collectors. So we had to infer that those goods were going across with some level of permission from the paramilitaries themselves. But at the time, it was difficult to say more than that there was intense corruption among the paramilitary organizations. Although we also know that the Greek Cypriot Antiquities Director was using a UNESCO vehicle to drive into the enclaves and buy things directly from the looters. However, a Turkish Cypriot political scientist saw some of my work on it and asked one of his acquaintances, who had been a paramilitary commander during the Civil War, and he said, "Oh yeah, that was a very everyday activity for us." Sometimes the looters or the smugglers would be asked to perform services for the state, which is also the phrase that gets used within Turkey when they talk about heroin traffickers and antiquities traffickers who perform services for the intelligence organizations. And they talk quite specifically about the fact that TMT, the Turkish Cypriot Resistance Organization, would excavate, not only traffic or order or anything else, but would excavate. And they would be supplying diplomats, British soldiers, inevitably, UN peacekeepers. There was even a case where an injured Turkish Cypriot paramilitary commander was smuggled through the paramilitary lines to receive medical treatment in return for a statue that was wanted by a European diplomat. And it was all facilitated by a Greek Cypriot priest who authenticated the object. since the Civil War as well.
No, you have to change here.
Well, it's-
No, no,
oh, that's-
no, the other.
yeah,
No, not there. Here.
but it is changing. No, it's not. How is it changing on the computer but not on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, but
Should I do it? No. Yes. This computer does not correspond.
okay. Sorry, okay, yeah. After the international war, which followed the civil war, wherein Turkey occupied northern Cyprus, the looting and trafficking continued, and it continued to involve paramilitary fighters, including one, Tremeshili Mehmet Ali Ilkman, who had been a paramilitary fighter and went on to become a politician for a while, but also served as an intelligence agent for Turkey's National Intelligence Organization. And he was the local assistant of Aydin Dikmen, who was a Turkish mafioso who also trafficked heroin and fake antiquities. And he was himself a very close friend of the members of the Turkish antiquities mafia. And I am using that in the classical sense of families with hierarchies, alliances of families, sometimes intermarried, who would traffic antiquities and heroin and arms, and who boasted of their connections with political figures, including within their own families. So we know from that case very well now, again, that there is conflict financing and sometimes how it's structured. And I do think we have to accept that it is just a normal fact of life in conflicts. Although there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation. Sadly, there just isn't much research or documentation. So, for example, the Institute for Peace and War Reporting said that theft of cultural goods in Georgia during the war there was one of the basic facts of the conflict. And this is a case of a triptych that was stolen by either police officers or invading forces, depending on whose report you count. But nonetheless, this was stolen, disappeared, and 10 years later turned up on the antiquities market. In Armenia and Azerbaijan as well. Although the reports are very, very, very partial. I've seen cases where 2 paragraphs were taken and one was cut off because it was about their own side and they only showed the one with the information about the other side. But we know that both Armenian soldiers and Azerbaijani soldiers have been stealing cultural goods and selling them in international markets. And in Syria, setting aside the international obsession with the Islamic State, one of the reasons we know that there is conflict financing is because the Free Syrian Army, early on in the civil war, was giving interviews to newspapers advertising the fact, saying that it was a vital source of their fight, the funding for their fight, and saying specifically that they were putting together teams to loot, so they weren't merely taxing. And also, the Assad regime was known to have a monopoly over the trafficking of cultural goods before the war started. Rifat al-Assad back in the 80s, and since then, during the war, Maher al-Assad have been implicated in looting. Maher al-Assad has been implicated in using his security forces to facilitate and protect the looting. And there are connections between him and an arms trafficker who is Syrian-Ukrainian and based in Ukraine, who himself has a very large collection of antiquities from West Asia. And to give the last set of examples from Ukraine, really anyone will steal anything, and one of the best proofs is that toilet bowl, which was stolen by Bolshevik forces during the Russian Revolution, then recovered, stolen by Nazi forces during the Second World War, then recovered, and has since been stolen by Russian soldiers in the recent invasion. We know, even from the Revolution of Dignity, when revolutionaries got into the properties that had been held by the regime after they fled, they found ancient weapons, religious artifacts, religious texts that had been either embezzled from public collections or bought with dirty money and were kept by the former president, the former attorney general, and obviously when the prosecutor general is collecting looted antiquities, the looters are not worried about being prosecuted. And we know that before the regime was overthrown, in the museums that they occupied, the members of the Ministry of Internal Affairs were pillaging objects. The group who were involved in shooting down MH17 included people who communicated through antiquarian forums, both giving orders and spreading propaganda because they were known as members of those groups. One of them actually had a social media image of himself with a metal detector over his shoulder. And to close, we know that cultural goods are getting used in all sorts of ways, including as gifts, material gifts, which also serve as political and economic assets. So, for example, they've been giving St. George crosses as awards for service to the motherland or service to the defense of the occupied territories. But they've actually been ones that have been gifted or bought from antique shops in Russia, and some of them are themselves probably looted antiquities because there's a massive interest in and looting of modern militaria as well as ancient artifacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Roma, who is public prosecutor here in Spain, is going to speak about money laundering and the illicit trafficking in cultural goods.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very happy because I'm surrounded by a lot of friends of mine since a lot of years. And second, because I have been 8 years teaching here procedural law, so I'm very happy to be here, really. First of all, yes, I'm a practitioner, I'm a prosecutor. So I have, as a prosecutor, I have dealt with two key cases, perhaps in Spain. One is the Codex Calistinus case. This is a theft from the cathedral. Some years ago, other one is Leonardo Patterson case. That's one of the greatest cases of export-import of cultural goods from a lot of countries from Latin America. I have, in a second way, I've been coordinating a project, a EU project with Latin America. So I worked with 16 countries in Latin America fighting organized crime. So I have a different point of view to get what's organized crime. This is my point. This is my first point. We are talking about organized crime. And let me have a first reflection. You all have said, I think, all of that. First of all, we are talking about a global phenomenon. This is all right. Second, there are a lot of small groups of people with no organization that they are happy looking or looting or trafficking. Third, we are talking about small objects, many times small objects, not spectacular art. We are talking about very small objects. Fourth, this is transnational. Trafficking means crossing border. Finally, we are talking about crime, and crime means law enforcement. That means customs, means police, and means prosecuting crimes. And finally, all of them, I have to add and remark, they play in different countries with different laws. That means a great disorder and impossible to fight the phenomenon as a small crime in a small country, whatever. I think, first of all, organized crime today means something very important. UNESCO conventions, Palermo is one, but this is the drug convention, I'm talking about the corruption convention, and so on, have a different approach to combat serious crime. First, in the case of the European Union, the Article 33 of the Treaty of Functioning of European Union, talk about some kind of crimes that should be prosecuted, should be criminalized in every country in Europe, because they are the basis of the rule of law. And we are talking about two crimes that means the protection from the states to the crime means, in one case, the creation of crimes for organizations, just for organizations, no relation with any kind of crime, just the organization. Finally, the money laundering, that means the benefits of crime. What crime? Doesn't matter. We don't have to prove what's the crime behind the operation. And this is very important because we have to fight, and we have a common crime for all of us, not only in Europe, abroad too. Today, when you were talking about these kind of crimes, first of all, when we are talking about serious crimes, we are not talking about the Cali cartel. We are not talking about this kind of crimes. Today is not the same. In the case of Escobar sell drugs and launder his own money. But today, no, we have a small organizations specialized in every kind of crime. So we have organizations just to deal with the money. And I have to put it out because this is very different to the previous situation. Second, they have a great advantage. They use technology and they have no borders. What's the difference with the states, with the law enforcement? The law enforcement has borders. In the previous times, the borders were for people who are out to protect ourselves. Borders today stop our law enforcement to prosecute crimes abroad. And for the law, we are the suspicious, really. And with a phone, I can commit a crime worldwide. It's very easy to commit a crime, whatever. We have today tax havens, and we have institutional havens. They are not tax havens, but when I ask them to cooperate with us, this is impossible to play. So, what's illicit trafficking of cultural goods in this panorama? First of all, we are talking, and you have before talked about small groups of friends, but no structure. They are with their hobby, looking for objects, for instance, in the archaeological sites. And well, if you get the people, if you arrest the people, you get more people in prison, but you haven't fight properly the cultural heritage crime, because there are other structures involved, and they buy the goods, they export the goods, and this is impossible to fight just arresting people on the ground. If you are talking about the people that collect the goods, perhaps you are talking about people that it's living in the Netherlands or wherever, where there's no crime of cultural heritage crime, or there's not illicit trafficking of cultural heritage. So there's a need to focus in the real problem to get the people to combat, to absorb all the crime and to avoid all the networks. There's a problem with the law. When we talk about illicit trafficking of cultural heritage, if you are Italian, you are thinking in things very different when you are in the Netherlands. Because, first of all, look, illicit, what's illicit for you? That means it should be forbidden something. Second, it should be trafficking, that it is trespassing or not trespassing the borders. Finally, what's culture? If you go to Argentina, a meteor is cultural heritage. In Spain, not. If you are in Bolivia, perhaps the DNA of the ancient people is part of the cultural heritage, but not in the Netherlands. So, what's cultural heritage? It's very different from one country to another one. But the crime. In Spain, the crime of cultural, illicit trafficking of cultural heritage is just export. If you are in Romania, you are talking about import and export. If you are in Mexico, export, import, domestic trade, and possession. If you are in England, this is tainted goods, trade with tainted goods. If you are in the Netherlands, none of them. So, something that it's very important to fight crime is to talk the same language. I'm using English, but when we are dealing with crime, we are not talking the same language. And this is the basis to a proper cooperation among countries. Investigation. First of all, I have to put out something that is very important. This begins when some authority detects a good in the trade abroad. The most common intention, for instance, from Peru and from Mexico or from Greece is to return something that it's going to be sold in England or in Switzerland or in Spain or in France. Return is the main objective for all countries. Second, usually we have an isolated approach. Let me explain. Perhaps when you are in Peru or in Mexico and some people is looting something, they have to investigate a small crime that means looting or exporting goods. They have this part of the picture. If you're a customer and you are, for instance, in France, you have piece of good, you don't know if it's cultural or not, and this is a man with the hands luggage. They have to investigate this small part of the big picture. But if you want to combat organized crime, you have to get, first of all, the big picture of all the systems. And as I said before, you have to adopt that this is part of the organized crime as a whole problem in all the world. And this means, first of all, you have to select the relevant groups to focus on them, perhaps the exporters, the importers, the main dealers in both states, in origin or in the destination state. There are small units for specialized units for prosecutors, for instance, in Spain or in Italy. There's also a group in Mexico, but this is not usual. You have specialized units of the police. You have here in Spain, in Italy, in Mexico, in many countries. You need in every country a specialist coordination units to detect, to have a strategy to fight crime or to recover goods or whatever. You need strategy and coordination. You need to use the tools we have in the law for organized crime. That means undercover operations, intervention of communications, whatever. But you need to go up to combat the phenomenon as a whole. And you need international cooperation. But in this point, something that means that we need a common law for all of us. And illicit trafficking of cultural heritage perhaps is not the best because of the differences among the countries. So the most common is money laundering. Why? Because in the state, in the destiny state, they have a good. Perhaps the FIU of the country have detected a suspicious operation. So they have to fight, they have to investigate if this money laundering perhaps linked with a sport from abroad. And this is very important. The art trade has some characteristics very perfect, yeah, to money laundering, to the money laundering. First of all, the price is not objective. The price depends on the fashion, depends on the person, depends on the moment. Second, the objects, the cultural objects, are usually small, so you have this at home or cross borders easily. Finally, there's a legitimate market. If not legitimate market, perhaps black market exists. And finally, this is the confidentiality and the no traceability are characteristics of this trade. So you have to prevent the FIU are key in this case. You have to detect the increasing prices. You have to investigate the man on the middle, the creation of some societies, one to sell, one to buy, but perhaps the same people behind. And for instance, we have the Marbella case that get a lot of objects of art to increase the money and get the benefits from all of that. Finally, just to remember, the international cooperation needs to have the same law in some countries. If not, it's impossible to cooperate, I have to say. And the return is key anyway, and the return means using the UNESCO Convention, but the UNESCO Convention, it's an open door. So if you want, you can cooperate. This is diplomatic, this is not criminal. Second, you have the UNIDROIT Convention. UNIDROIT Convention is more or less it's possible to claim in other states, but for instance, the traditional export states don't use that because, for instance, Mexico say, okay, no, I'm part of the convention, but I won't pay a lawyer to claim something that belongs to me. So this is a question of principle. So they don't use that. And finally, the criminal cooperation. But the criminal cooperation means, and I have to remark, we have the same crime in both states, requesting states. So this is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Our last intervention today is from Oscar Alarcón-Jiménez, the Nicosia Convention as a criminal justice response to offences relating to cultural property.
Well, thank you very much to the University of A Coruña for this invitation, as well as to the RITHMS project funded by the European Union. And in fact, I'm going to talk about my book. And my book is the Nicosia Convention. We have heard during the day long about UNTO Convention, so the Palermo Convention. We have heard as well about other international organization legal instruments like UNESCO conventions. However, I'm going to talk about the Nicosia Convention, which is the latest legal binding instrument, and in particular the one tackling these offences that we are currently discussing. Oh, yes. Okay. So this is the different items that I would like to show you today. So a general overview. Of course, some of them have already been set during the whole day, so I will avoid you because, of course, even if the best part is always devoted at the end, I mean, you have heard already quite a lot of information. So I will go directly to the substantive criminal measures, which are established in the convention, as well as to raise in particular importance to the cooperation at both national and international level. And of course, I will just draw some information about the benefits of joining the Nicosia Convention. So let's move them to the Nicosia Convention. This is just a non-exhaustive legal instruments that exist currently right now. There are legally binding instruments, of course, the UNESCO Conventions, UNIDROIT, of course, the European Union legislation, as well as other Council of Europe legal instruments like the Faro Convention, Valletta, Granada, and also the Paris one. But there are also non-legally binding instruments, so the soft law, the recommendations. Some of them, by the way, from very recent, from 2022. However, at the end of the day, what we have at the Council of Europe is the latest convention, legally binding, the Nicosia Convention. And why? There was a report drafted by the Parliamentary Assembly informing the need of tackling these kind of crimes because they are increasing, or they were and they are increasing so far. And it was decided that it was necessary to tackle, in particular, that crime because the goal was put into jail to those criminal organized networks that have been, that exist currently outside there, you know? So, and this is the reason that the Nicosia Convention appeared. The Nicosia Convention, entered into force already in 2022. And as I mentioned before, is the first legally binding instrument tackling in particular some offenses related to cultural property from a criminal law perspective. Of course, the idea was to prevent, as mentioned in the convention, and also to find criminal justice responses, in fact, to three major topics. So, destruction, damage, and illicit trafficking. In this concrete point, I should say that, of course, Nicosia Convention has seen so far as how would I say that, as a concurrence to the UNESCO conventions. However, this is not the case. UNESCO conventions, you know that there are conventions already drafted during the 70s, and of course from a low customs, from customs, I would say, point of view, so it is more or less administrative, whereas in this particular case, we are talking about criminal law perspective. So, as I mentioned before, the first and only international legal treaty, regardless what the UNTOC convention says. It was said before by one of the previous predecessors that UNTOC convention, maybe I was wrong, but she was encouraging the UNTOC, so the Palermo convention, which is fair. The legal instruments are there. They have been ratified by different countries, fair enough. However, what is happening when we have these kind of crimes committed in the same country? Unfortunately, the Palermo Convention cannot be applied because the Palermo Convention applies to organized crimes when there are among countries. So what is happening when the crime is committed within one single country? So the idea here is to reinforce the legal framework, the criminal law framework, within the convention, Nicosia Convention. So, criminal law convention, I will explain you afterwards. And the idea is prevent and combat, in fact, destruction, damage, and trafficking of cultural properties. So, there are three key principles within the Nicosia Convention: protection, prosecution, and the promotion. Protection of what? Well, of course, we know what we want to protect. Prosecution, so criminal law measures, and of course promotion, again, at both levels, national and international level. It was also mentioned, I take opportunity because as I'm the last one, I was just taking some notes during the whole day. There was one of my predecessors, also another speaker, saying that Article 20 from the Nicosia Convention establishes some recommendations. They are not it's not obligatory. This is true because the wording used by the convention is should. However, these recommendations established within the Nicosia Conventions are recommendations established in a legally binding instrument. So since the moment the country ratifies the convention, it is obliged to implement the convention at national level. Of course, it is to the sovereignty of the country to redraft those recommendations into a more obligatory or not. However, believe me, given that there are legal obligations in the convention, whenever the committee of the parties will be set up, the Nicosia Committee of the Parties, the parties will establish that recommendations as an obligations, as it is right now the case in other in other committees. Well, I move forward. This is just to explain you what is the magnitude of the problem. You all know as me, because I'm not into the topic of cultural side, I'm more in the criminal side perspective, what is happening right now. However, the issue is that more and more we have criminal networks outside there who are making money and benefit, in particular with this issue. So crimes are increasing, by the way. So this generates destruction in the world cultural heritage, and of course, transnational organized crime and terrorist groups are obtaining benefits, in the dealing with these particular topics. So from the Council of Europe, we talk about a transborder crime, and this is the important element. This is another idea that I would like to mention. When I'm facing with making decisional people in the different countries, regardless of the level, it could be either ministers or secretary of state, they say, well, this is not my priority in my country to join the convention because we don't have this kind of crimes. Well, fair enough. I mean, everyone knows in their own territory what is happening there. However, the idea is not only to have this national legislation into your own legislation. The idea is to protect the others. This is like pandemics. You can have the best law ever in your national legislation, that nothing will happen if you do not cooperate with your colleagues to avoid whatever. And here again, the goal is not only to protect your country, the idea is to protect all of them. So this is the reason that is important for countries to join this convention. Again, as mentioned by my predecessor, Antonio, of course, we have cases of corruption. We have other criminal activities like money laundering, falsification or manipulation of documents that, of course, increase the need of tackling these concrete crimes. 5 minutes, fair enough. This is the ITER of the organized crime, you all know. However, I will move forward in particular for the scope. Prevention, investigation, and prosecution. Okay, as I mentioned before, there are other legally binding instruments. However, they are all compatible, and this is the key word. Compatibility should be understood by all other international organizations. Important element in Nicosia is in particular the definition of movable and immovable elements. Of course, I pass over the different presentations about the description, the definitions. However, this is important, the criminal offenses which are included here. Theft and other forms of unlawful appropriation, unlawful excavation, illegal importation, illegal exportation, acquisition, placing on the market, falsification of document, and destruction of damages. Well, sanctions and measure. We have here, sanctions should be effective, proportionate, and dissuasive. Of course, when it is important to take into account the legal person should be also criminalized, and this is an important element that not all legal, jurisdictions take this into account. However, we should also consider aggravating circumstances. All this is just for those who are dealing with the criminal side perspective of the topic. Cooperation, this is what I wanted to say. And here on this particular case, I will just centrate. Nothing will happen if at national level, people do not cooperate. And at the same time that people at national level should cooperate, they should also cooperate at the international level. On this particular purpose, I would like to inform you that I'm going to say that in Zaragoza in June 21st of June, we're going to organize an event, in particular to the Nicosia Convention, and to strengthen this national international cooperation. And why? It is important the setup of networks. We have been hearing here, networks here, networks there. However, we should institutionalize those networks. I heard before other predecessors also saying that there is a network for this, for that. Okay, fair enough. However, we need to gather under the same roof justice, culture, law enforcement, so police and customs, academia, and other people interested. We are condemned to work together. Otherwise, the issue is that otherwise we can keep talking about cultural properties for ages. Look, UNESCO Convention 70s and 72. 2024 and we are still discussing, come on. Well, so the idea is that we want to create at the Council of Europe a network, you know, so platforms for those countries that have ratified the convention, as well as for those who are willing to join the convention, and every country will have a national platform. And this is what we're going to discuss, 2 minutes. We're going to discuss in Zaragoza. So cooperation at national level and international one level. Why? Because mutual legal assistance and of course extradition are at the core of the Nicosia Convention. This is the essence of criminal law conventions. Well, I think that I will finish here with my presentation, just establishing some measures that of course at national level should be established. But I mean, I can keep going. I mean, this is more and more, you know, this is in Spanish because I thought that the major audience would be Spanish. But at any case, I mean, these are the different things that we will develop within those national platforms, Mesa Nacional, that we're going to set up within the Council of Europe. Inventories, controls, and so on. And well, benefits, it goes without saying that I should not convince you of the reality. So criminal law measures should be harmonized, because if we don't work among us, nothing will happen. Prevention and protection are the essence elements to be considered, as well as national and international cooperation. And the most important thing, the committee of the parties. There is a committee who is doing the follow-up, the monitoring of the convention by every country. It is not only the fact that one country ratified the convention. The other countries, by peers, will monitor whether Italy, Hungary, Greece, or whomever follows up the convention or not. And this is the only way that the convention could move forward. Unfortunately, we have only 6 countries that have ratified the convention. We have other certain number of countries that have signed so far. We're in the process of having more. This is the current situation right now. From these 6 ratifiers, only 1/3 country has ratified the convention, which is Mexico, which is an important element. They are really interested on this. We would like to set up within this year this Mediterranean line with Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, and Cyprus. Let's see whether we manage to it. Just another element, the convention is open to every country in the world, you know, who would like to join it. As the Pope would say, it's a convention urbi et orbi. And that's all. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for
do we have questions online? No. Do we have questions in the audience present here? Yes, one there, Branda.
Thank you, everyone, for the most inspiring presentations. I got a question for Riccardo, because he was a bit, I feel, provocative in the last part of his presentation. He raised the point that I find extremely stimulating, but that I would like to see further develop and further elaborated. Because, Riccardo, if I'm not mistaken, you pointed out, you actually claimed that there is no shortcut here, right? That we should develop penal policies that are tailored to the specific criminal phenomenon that is being targeted. Yeah. Instead of relying on different forms of criminal persecution, different forms of criminalization, such as relying on legal provisions criminalizing organized crime. I had a feeling, to be honest, that Antonio has a totally different perspective. I don't want to play devil's advocate here. Antonio essentially, if I'm not mistaken, emphasized the role to be played by legal provisions targeting money laundering. So apparently we may rely, we actually should rely on additional forms of criminalization as an indirect way to target this criminal phenomenon. But I would like to see whether, Riccardo, you may want to further develop this point, because if I'm not mistaken, you presented it from a rights-based perspective, which is definitely inspiring and persuasive. But I want to know whether you are also framing this thing from an effectiveness perspective. And Antonio, if you want to say something more regarding whether there is a contradiction with Riccardo's point, I will also love that.
Thank you for the question, because maybe I was too fast. Obviously, I don't want to say that all the tools, all the mechanism against organized crime should be revised. No. I come from Palermo, and I know what does it mean. I am absolutely proud of the Convention of Palermo and of the work of Italian judges that fight against mafia and organized crime. So if we have an organized crime involved in any kind of trafficking, we have to use the tools provided for organized crime. But what is happening in Italy, and I think slowly also in other parts of the world, is that this solution, this standardized response against organized crime, is just copy and paste in other kind of field. And this, in my opinion, is happening in all the trafficking field, and is on one side, it can affect, obviously, the citizen right, because this is an emergency sector of the criminal law that affects citizen rights. So we should pay attention in order to maintain this sector limited to the threat that they want to face. And on the other hand, it could be ineffective because we do not create a criminal policy tailored, that's the word, thank you, Branda, against the criminal phenomenon that we want to face. So if we, that's my point, and Branda said it better than me, thank you. That's the point. If we are able to separate doesn't mean that to not recognize the link that exists between the two phenomena, but just being able to think in another way against the trafficking, each kind of trafficking, knowing that we have that toolbox of measures against organized crime that we have to use every time that an organized crime is involved in a trafficking. But if we just copy and paste, as the legislator in Italy is doing, to other kind of trafficking, I think that we can create more problems than the one that we want to solve. That was my point. Maybe I was totally in a highway before. So thank you for your question.
Thank you. Well, first of all, every country is different. In the case of Italy, you have an anti-mafia statute. So there's a special situation, and every country has their own priority. So first of all, you have to detect what's the priority, what are the problems, because if you don't look for, you won't find. And the situation is different in Italy with some types of crime that what's happening, for instance, in Peru. In my experience, working with them, first of all, they have, in the case of Peru, to establish, to detect what are the main issues to combat. And they have detected, for instance, the gold mining today, the crime of gold mining, perhaps the huge crime in the world today, not the drug trafficking, the gold mining, it's a great problem. So what have they detected? Perhaps the networks that, first of all, they trafficking with drugs. Now they are financing gold mining. And the same structure used to export gold or to export drugs is used to export people and goods, including cultural goods. So they have a problem. If you have to fight, perhaps you have a lot of looters. In Peru, they are called, like in Italy, tombaroli. They say huaqueros to the people to get to the site, to the archaeological site, to get the objects. So they have thousands of them. They are not organized crime. But if you go up, perhaps you have find an organization. If you have to stop cultural trafficking, perhaps you should go up and find the organization. And that's my point.
Thank you. Another question, Arianna?
it goes on the same line. So it's for Riccardo and for our colleagues. One probably of the best features of the Italian law of 2022 that also enacted the Nicosia Convention was actually to put a bit more focus on the white-collar crime side of crimes against cultural heritage and of trafficking. And possibly, I am asking Riccardo his evaluation, the problem was that this was not taken fair enough. So for instance, the indication to introduce due diligence standards for market operators was not followed on. And so this probably also links to the idea of the utility of anti-money laundering standards, because that is a standard for white collars. So do you see a bridge of your perspectives when we talk about the far end, the high end of the market and the white collar crime part of the trafficking?
Okay. I should start. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Arianna. I think, but I don't know if I have a bias regarding this, that Italian legislator with the good reform of 2022 was not so good in the anti-trafficking legislation, because few months before the final approval, he wanted to repeat the same trend that is applied in every kind of trafficking. I told you before that in Italy, every kind of trafficking is a problem of organized crime, and so we applied it. In fact, there was the article, the famous article, yeah, that was not enacted. And so the lack in the anti-trafficking, maybe the lack in the anti-trafficking legislation of anti-trafficking cultural property legislation of Italy, in my opinion, is due to the fact that we wanted to adopt the same model that we adopt in other kind of trafficking. Then we decided, in my opinion, in a good way, to not enact this model. And so we are not able to think another way of tackling a trafficking. I'm speaking about Italy, because we use the same model. Without this model, we are naked, we can say. So concerning this part of the question, I don't know if I reply to you to your question. I would like just to add that if organized crime is a tricky notion, maybe white collar crime is worse. So every time that I hear white collar crime, I jump in my chair and I'm immobilized, because I don't know exactly how to manage this notion. So it's very a tricky, a difficult question, in my opinion. But I want to stop here with my reply, if it's okay with you, obviously.
What means white collar crime? Yeah, okay. We are talking in the country of the sale of the goods. We are not talking about the origin state. Perhaps the people in the origin state are plenty of dust, because they are looking for something or whatever, or they are thieving something, and this is not white collar crime at all. But the question is, in the destination, in the country of the trade, perhaps you should investigate and to put the attention on the due diligence. We have now today a culture, a very extended culture of traceability of the item. And for me, this is a problem. But this is a question of culture. This is a question of time. This is a question of education and discipline. Perhaps the FIU should investigate or should take into account some steps to detect suspicious operations, to report and to investigate later to the crime. Why? Because sometimes the origin of the goods could be tainted, or sometimes because there's a crime, a money laundering crime, just it to prevent or to investigate.
Thank you all. We are approaching the conclusion.
Okay, good afternoon. Well, I guess that in the vast majority of Europe, it is already evening. For us, maybe in Western Spain, it's still afternoon. But whatever, I know that everyone here is very tired. I guess that everyone is very tired. And there are folks back there that maybe cannot see something. There is a clock here. You guys can see it?
Yeah.
We have been recording this session from the start, and it says that we have been engaging in a more than 9-hour conversation. So this is a good reason to be tired. So if you have checked the program and you have seen that we are going to have a 30-minute conclusion, now forget it. No way. This is not going to happen. It's going to be extremely brief. Yeah. Essentially, I want to make 3 conclusions here as a sort of wrap up of this 9-hour conversation. The first one is thank you. Well, doesn't seem to be a conclusion, right? But nonetheless, someone needs to say thank you. Thank you first to all the people that have decided to come here, students, scholars, policymakers, law enforcement officers, security industry actors, the many folks that have been gathered here in person, and the many folks that are following us after 9 hours online. Yeah, totally amazing. Thank you as well to all the presenters that accepted the invitation to come here. Maybe some of them thought, okay, Spain, well, this is Western Spain. It's very far away. You may have realized of that. So that's an additional reason for us to thank you for having accepted this invitation and sharing with us your knowledge. Thank you as well to the organizers. And I'm referring here essentially to the whole RITHMS Consortium. Many members of the consortium are still here after 2 years of intense work, and specifically to the Italian Institute of Technology, because without them, we haven't definitely not even thought of organizing a conference like this. And I want to mention particularly Arianna and Michela. And evidently, thank you as well to all the CRIM team. First of all, where is it? Patricia, evidently, because Patricia has been the engine, the heart, and the mind of all the organization committee from day one till now, but also to Nacho, to Cristina, who else is there? Anna, Amara, I cannot see you well. Silvia, all the team that has been putting effort in making everything work as well as it has worked. Second conclusion, these are hard times. Yeah, that's bad news. It is evident, and this is something that we can infer from many of the presentations that have been given today, that there is a lot of work to be done, and that the challenges lying ahead are considerable and sizable. There are presentations that have told us, that have illustrated us that illegal markets are thriving, and that the market dealing with cultural heritage and cultural property is not an exception to this rule. And there are also legal challenges lying ahead. For instance, we know perfectly well that the Nicosia Convention is having, let's say, a hard time managing countries and jurisdictions for signing and ratifying it, and that we have also legal obstacles with regard, for instance, amongst many other aspects, restitution and recovery procedures. And there are also policing challenges lying ahead. It has been mentioned many times today, and we all know that this is a gray market, and that makes this illegal market different from many other illegal markets. And we all know perfectly well that policing illegal markets is very difficult. There are different aspects to be considered there. For instance, the fact that illegal markets essentially have a sort of substitution effect. Okay, if policing illegal markets is difficult, the fact that this is a gray market makes it even potentially more difficult, because that gives a specific texture to this criminal phenomenon. And in terms of policing, this specific peculiar texture creates a specific additional obstacles. Let me put it that way. We have been debating about things like plural policing over the last 4 decades. We know perfectly well that public policing generally is not enough. We know this with regard to any kind of criminal field. Well, in this case, plural policing is not an option. It's absolutely indispensable. And the need to involve private actors and public actors in policing this illegal market, as I was saying 1 second before, creates specific obstacles. And the third conclusion, these are hard times, bad times. They are changing. And actually, it has been pointed out by a number of presenters, and I definitely agree with this, that things are evidently improving. Let me quote in this regard, Marc, for instance, when he remembered a slide that he used 10 years ago, and he compared this slide with where we are right now, where we are standing right now in this field. There are scores of best practices that have been tested in different jurisdictions. What's happening?
Sorry, that's the battery is off. After 9 hours, the computer is not working.
No, it's that everything something was not working. Okay, so there are scores of best practices, and the law enforcement colleagues have presented them. And yeah, again, we cannot essentially take one best practice and put it in a different landscape, crime control landscape. Okay, but we got many tested measures to inspire us in coming up with innovations and new solutions to tackle these criminal problems. I think that we can say as well that awareness is on the rise, and that political will in many jurisdictions is gaining momentum. And if that is not the case, I'm deeply convinced that the EU Action Plan is going to give a boost to awareness raising and to political will. Not because I definitely believe that all the measures that are listed in the EU Action Plan are going to be implemented tomorrow, let alone this evening, but because the European Union and EU institutions have a strong symbolic power to give a boost to any kind of crime control and crime prevention measures in this field. And I want to close this, I would say, optimist part of the conclusions, the notion that times they are changing, with a point that was raised in the last presentation by Oscar. Again, the fact that this is a gray market creates specific, peculiar additional obstacles, but it creates opportunities as well. And this year, this is an opportunity. What do I mean? Oscar mentioned we need to create fora, and he said, we need to consolidate fora, gathering different stakeholders, engaging in a cross-cultural, cross-border, cross-disciplinary conversation aimed at developing innovative solutions to these problems. Okay, I was thinking about that while I was enjoying this 9-hour conversation, and I thought, anyone here who is a scholar has ever been in a forum like this one with regard to any other kind of criminal field? And the answer most likely is no. No one of us, scholars working in international projects, have ever been in a forum like this one. We have been in many forums. We have engaged, for instance, with many police officers, having a conversation regarding different perspectives regarding how can we deal with a specific criminal problem. But to the best of my knowledge, we are not managing to gather a forum like this one with regard to other criminal fields. And that is certainly promising. The fact that we managed to bring here so many different stakeholders, again, engaging in a conversation, presenting different views, and developing a cross-cultural, cross-disciplinary, cross-border perspective on how to deal with these issues is extremely promising. And if you still believe that this is not promising, I want to close with something related to us, to the Crime Research Group, to the University of A Coruña. Okay, we are not the least internationally connected guys in town. Definitely not. This table here has seen many international conferences. Many international conferences bringing folks from all across the globe. And that is good. But to be honest, I haven't ever seen a conference like this one, with so many people, so many different people engaging in a conversation, staying here after 9 hours, and these heroes here following us online for 9 hours. If this is not promising, I don't know what is promising. And well, Richard, maybe we will not manage to legalize drugs.
After today, I hope.
Yeah. And maybe this is bad news, at least for some of us. But I'm convinced that we are decisively contributing to produce collaboration schemes that go a long way in reinforcing our law enforcement capacities. Thank you.
It's very hard to add anything after these wonderful conclusions. So I just wanted to reinforce a concept that that Brandon just exposed, is the fact that within this project, as I said, especially for the ones that are connected online, as I explained this morning, this is a European project, and I strongly believe I have never seen so much collaboration from such diverse stakeholders. I never had the opportunity in previous European projects to have such a conversation with the law enforcement agencies and having them sharing so much useful information from our point of view, so that we can really do our work as researchers to give them what we can to support them in the fighting against trafficking of cultural heritage. So with this, I would like to thank all of the partners of this wonderful project. We have still 1.5 years ahead of us. We have many new friends done through this wonderful conversation we had today, which I have still, again, to stress how grateful I am as the coordinator of the project, because the La Coruña team has put together really a fantastic group of people. So thank you very much. It's very sincere in this moment. So thank you again. Thank you to all our partners. Thank you to all the heroes that have been online for so long. Their ears might be now a little bit stressed by all this noise. So thank you again, and I hope that we will have other conversations within the project and beyond. Hopefully we will have a second part of the project as well. So I hope that there will be more of these conversations, and there will be still this unity that we have found with so many new friends. Thank you again.